left, line up only.
30 left, line up, wait, Delta 2974.
Delta 1036, report the Airbus has your 10 o'clock and 2 miles to sight.
Inside Delta 1036.
Delta 1036, turn left heading 260 and maintain visual separation with that traffic.
Left turn heading 260, maintain visual, Delta 1036.
Delta 1036, contact departure, good day. 1036, contact departure, good day.
Departure Delta 1036, good day.
United 467, turn right, contact on point 9.
Right turn, ground point 9, United 467. Ground United 467 is Alpha 8, we're Echo 6.
United 467, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Quebec, cross runway 4.
74, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 30 left.
Second 395, Minneapolis starts up at 4 mile final, don't plan on stopping, runway 30 left, line up and wait. 395, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Minneapolis ground, runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey. 30 left.
Delta 27, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, Delta 29.
Delta 2974, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left turn heading 260 on departure, Delta 2974.
Behind the Airbus, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. Minneapolis ground, reposition via Delta, hold short of runway 30 left.
Delta 2574, turn right at Charlie, contact on point 9er.
Point 9. Ground up 2574, Charlie going to Fox 2.
2574, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha to the gate.
Alpha to the gate, 2574.
At 6 Monitor Tower, 126.7.
6.7.
330 at 11, gust 23. November 570 Hotel, Minneapolis, runway 30 left, readable wait. Delta 2090, turn right at Charlie, contact Alpine Niner.
Delta 2090. Ground Delta 2090 is clear. Charlie going to Golf 22.
2090 Minneapolis ground, taxi Alpha to the gate. Have a good day.
Alpha to the gate, Delta 2090.
Sun Country 9036, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
30 left, runway 30.
Jet 1531.
Be sure to wave the spotters parked off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
Carlo, good to wait.
Flying from a heading. Quick protected.
Welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. It's a phenomenal day for plane spotting here in the North Star State, right at the center of Minnesota's aviation mecca at the aircraft viewing area. And we welcome you to sunny skies and a little bit breezy conditions here this afternoon as we get our live plane spotting coverage underway on this amazing late April afternoon. We're going to have all the Delta Heavies international departures coming up. We'll also have cargo heavy action for you in addition to that as well. And welcome aboard, everybody. My name's Alex. I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live. So excited to have everybody on board today. Happy Tuesday, everybody, if I haven't said so myself.
Direct 6 Minneapolis ground, use caution. I've got gate Fox 5 pushing. They're going to go all the way to the back of the out.
All right, just got to get our graphics up and running here before we start our show today. Want to let everybody know that LAX is exactly 1 week away from tomorrow. And did we enjoy the teaser trailer before the stream officially went online today, everybody? Did we enjoy
527 Minneapolis ground,
the LAX teaser trailer? I'm excited. Everybody is excited.
So 2249, go ahead.
Hey, ramp crew is telling us they can push us east temporarily, but they can't have us with engines running unless we're up a beam like Fox 7.
Delta 2249, that tow's pulling in now. They're going into Fox 7. Let me make sure they have enough room and they can pull you forward a little bit more. Super Tech 6, you got enough room to get in there? Runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec, Charlie Alpha. 30 left, Quebec.
Sun Country Flight 9036 blasting off for the Music City of the United States. Nashville, Tennessee is where their destination is this afternoon.
Taxi via Papa.
It's a very fitting way to start the Tuesday afternoon here out at the aircraft viewing area with some Sun Country action on a very sunny Tuesday afternoon. How are we doing, everybody? How's our week been so far? Do we have a good weekend? Captain Minnesota says, yo, hope everyone is having a fantastic Tuesday. I know that I certainly am. Happy to be putting on the line program for you. Thanks so much for tuning in, buddy. Senator Stackhouse once says hello. Greetings. Welcome. Travis Dries says, happy Tuesday, Alex, from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Yes, the trailer was really cool. Hey, glad you liked it.
We see their tail Delta 1605. Permission granted to take it wide if we have to.
Alaska 527, just tell your crew if they're able to give way to the 717 on Quebec. They're taxiing around you now.
Okay, give way.
2832, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 30 left.
Shad, so great to see you today. And hello, Alex. And hello, Chad. Say, Shad. So Don Rumsey says, greetings all. Hey, Don, great to see you today. Cutter Cash says LAX, Toronto Pearson, and Ted Stevens Anchorage are a plane spotter's dream. They certainly are. So great to have you on board today as well. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. Megan says, happy Tuesday, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you, Megan. So great to have you on board with us today from MSP. It's going to be a busy day. Will's Aviation says, good afternoon. Well, good afternoon to you, Will. So great to have you on board. Maddie Yerk says, good afternoon, everyone. Happy Tuesday afternoon, Maddie. Also, Lee Harris, good afternoon to you as well. Lee says, good afternoon, Alex and crew from Bloomington, just west from the airport. That's my hometown, by the way. And also, we can't forget Gordon Wold. Hey, Gordon, good afternoon. So great to see you today, buddy. This is good afternoon. Plane Posse, who's ready for another great afternoon of plane spotting. I know that I certainly am. And I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit excited also for our LAX trip next week. And I think we're going to be getting some good weather for our expedition to Los Angeles. Also, Colin Dutton, hey, great to see you today. Thanks so much for modding in the live chat. Captain Mickey Mouse, one. Great to see you. Yen Cycle, hey, welcome.
Behind the 717, taxi via Charlie.
Lynn Thorson says, good afternoon, Alex from Owatonna. Good afternoon to you, Lynn. Wally Bourne says, very cool trailer. Excellent job by the team. Well, you're welcome, Wally. Logan and I have been working on that trailer for a little bit.
Guy was 4270, Minneapolis ground.
Now it's had some revisions. I think maybe a couple times before we got it just exactly where it needs to be. Captain Minnesota, yes, that LAX Live is going to be awesome, and a large part of it is made possible by our friends LA Flights Live. Let's give a big thank you to Peter and Josh over from LA Flights. So excited to be working with Josh primarily, and it's going to be some fun things coming up in LA, especially on our first day there. Still trying to work out the rest of the details, but we'll keep you posted as we know more. All right, Chad getting the membership train going here. We have 5. Count them, 5. MSP Airport Live gifted memberships. All right, let's go. Thank you, Shad, for sending 5 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. Yes, one of our live plane spotting colleagues, Lisbon Airport Spotting. Hey, Philip, how are you doing? Just got gifted a membership. They caught an Aleutian IL-76 yesterday. Philip was out there broadcasting from Lisbon. That was so cool. That arrival was a little bit wobbly. That was really fun. So they had a pretty exotic catch yesterday. Let's go check out Lisbon Airport Spotting for that. Also, Trevor saying hello, everybody. What's up, Trevor? Trevor's actually spotting with us here at the viewing area in person today. Also helping to do some mod work as well. Northwoods Mosquito, great to see you today. Says, hi, Alex from Roseville. Hello from MSP. So great to have you on board with us. Also, AJ, good afternoon to you as well. Says, afternoon, Alex, mods, and fellow spectators. Captain Mickey Mouse, thanks so much for the kudos. This is Alex, beautiful trailer for LAX. It looks like you guys used real-time footage for it. That's exactly correct. So I've been working with my assistant producer, Logan Justice. Logan will be out with us, so it'll be Logan and I on the trip out to LAX. Now, unfortunately, as of this morning, we were going to have three. We were going to have three MSP Live people out there, but John Joseph, who's going to go with us, due to some unforeseen circumstances, he had to cancel. So unfortunately, he's not going to be with us, but he will definitely be watching and supporting, and also helping to moderate as well from the live chat back here at home. Pam Meyer, 59, thanks so much for tuning in today. This is a beautiful day to plane spot. It is. It is a dream outside today. Much different than yesterday. It was really rainy, cold, and wet.
Just 446 ground, can you make a U-turn there?
We're making a U-turn right now.
I was going to go live in the rain yesterday. We have the capability to do it. Unfortunately, I had some personal business to attend to. That was the reason that we did not have our usual Monday show. And also, our Monday show next week, I'm not expecting to go live either, because I have to start packing and preparing for the LAX trip. So we leave on Tuesday night for Los Angeles. Brendan Kennedy, thanks so much for tuning in today. Great to have you. By the way, happy Tuesday. Hello, RJ, Colin, and Alex. Chad, how are we all doing this afternoon? I'm doing all right. So we're also going to have RJ joining us here just a little bit.
Runway 30 right, clear to land.
So RJ is going to be our featured co-host today. We could have John Joseph tomorrow.
Runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Captain Mickey Mouse. Yes, I saw Independence 1. I saw the new livery that Southwest recently unveiled. I really hope that it comes here.
Oh yeah, I saw that actually. Okay.
So Captain Mickey Mouse says, did you see Independence 1, Alex? Southwest just revealed it a couple of days ago. It takes flight tomorrow for the first time. I did. I'm so excited. So excited to see Independence 1 if it comes here.
5488 Minneapolis ground.
I'll tell you what, Southwest, they've been knocking it out of the park with their special liveries. And I think that Independence 1 is certainly a part of that
We'll do runway 30 left, runway 30 left.
discussion.
Via Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
This is 2249 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
30 left, line up away.
That is amazing.
For 5488, you can join Papa once you pass that push-off gate at Charlie 13, rejoin Quebec and Charlie Alpha the rest of the way. That was 4447 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
Contact departure, CS.
260 over departure, Delta 1605.
Alaska 527, contact departure, have a good day.
Captain Mickey Mouse 1, I know. I mean, it would be really cool if we actually got to see Independence 1 while we were at LAX. That'd be so fascinating.
Dallas 3792, Minneapolis Tower, traffic hold in position. Wind 310 at 12, gust 20, ready. turn left heading 260, 260, contact departure. Yeah.
260 heading departure Delta 2249. See ya.
So coming up tonight at MSP Airport Live, we'll have our cargo heavies. So UPS and FedEx will send us the 767. Delta will have a couple of international departures, one of which with the A350 to Amsterdam. That's Delta 160 Heavy. It's a daily Amsterdam 350 flight. So no KLM today, but we'll have them tomorrow. So KLM is a Sunday, Wednesday, Friday type deal.
Right heading 360, contact departure.
Right, 360 over to departure, reflect that 446. Thanks, good day. Gas 4080, run a 30 right behind the
go.
Airbus, taxi via Papa.
Kirksyon too, yes. I would agree. Yes, it is kind of crazy how much heat haze there is.
Gas 4283, Minneapolis ground, taxi to gate via Papa.
Well, one thing is for sure, we're definitely going to get some heat haze out in Los Angeles.
30 left, taxi via Alpha.
Also some warmer weather, I would also venture to guess. Paul Kruger, thanks so much for tuning in today. Paul Kruger says, I can read the AirNav radar information much better on my new 65-inch TV versus the old 43. Excellent.
So 2593 Minneapolis Tower, there'd be one arrival.
Sounds like the bird is the word over there. A bunch of small birds. Probably conversing about something. J-Ro Ruida Rodriguez says, hello, everybody. Hey, J-Ro. Vicente Disco Club says, hello, everyone. Hey, welcome. So great to have you on board. One of our awesome members, too.
Endeavor 5488, come into your route, turn left on Bravo. At the tunnel, you can rejoin Alpha.
Delta 160.
Endeavor 5488, amend route, turn left, taxiway Bravo. At the tunnel, rejoin Alpha.
Okay, left on Bravo and at the tunnel, rejoin Alpha, Endeavor 5488.
Step on someone else, who was it?
Also want to thank Shad from earlier, one of our awesome
160
members,
heavy
sending
calling
5 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. Susan Love receiving a gift membership. Have fun. CFI on the fly also receiving their gift membership. Have fun, CFI. YV No Problemo received a gift membership. Lisbon Airport spotting, our live plane spotting colleague out of Lisbon Airport. I don't know if you're tuned in today, but I enjoyed watching your show yesterday with the IL-76 arriving as well. The Equatorial Guinea government flew that into Lisbon yesterday. That was a really cool catch. Such a rare aircraft. It was a cargo flight, actually.
That's a 9985, contact departure after day.
Also, Vicente Disco Club, congratulations on the gift membership received. Hope you have fun with that as well.
That's a 2593, runway 30 left, line up away, traffic on 10 miles by.
So as we can probably hear, RJ is in the background just kind of getting set up here at the moment. So we'll have our
3792, turn right, contact ground.
we'll have our other hosts
Turn right, ground point Anders, Coast 359.
joining the show today in just a moment. The second member of our on-air crew.
Ground Skywest 3792, Delta.
And folks, as you can probably tell, it's a little bit breezy today. 14 knots, sustained winds.
Delta, pop into the gate.
All right, our next departure, Delta 2593 to Orlando with the 757.
That's a 2832, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 8 mile final, runway 30 left, line up away.
Delta 2644, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left. 2644, Minneapolis ground, affirmative, push approved, runway 30 left. We should be able to do that. I'll try to coordinate for you, and I'll get right back. 30 right.
80, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Dallas 4447, Minneapolis Tower, turn right, heading 320, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
So all the operations today are going to be stuck on the 30s. So all arriving and departing traffic will be closely spaced,
2593, turn further left, heading
which includes the departures. So following shortly behind our 757-300 departure to Orlando, Delta 2832 to Milwaukee Mitchell.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 259 heavy, visual approach 309.
Delta 259 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, traffic will hold in position, wind 340 at 11, gust 18, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Delta 259 heavy, clear to land 205.
Gotta love the sporty departure from the Airbus A220.
Turn further left, heading 260, in contact departure. Yeah.
Heading 260 over departure, Delta 2832, take care.
Amazing stuff. Gordon, yes. I love the growl from the Pratt & Whitney PW2000 engines as well. It's my favorite sound in the world of aviation right now.
Just making sure all of a sudden this bottle is leaking. No, okay. Just because I have
All right, looks like we got Southwest coming in as our next arrival in the South Parallel.
Denver 5488, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 6 mile final, runway 30 left, line of the way.
Line of the way, runway 30 left, Denver 54.
Dallas 4447, contact departure. See ya.
I got dandelions in my yard, so obviously it's that time of the spring.
Denver 4695.
Jaden 876. Hey, welcome. So great to see you today. Happy Tuesday, by the way.
Quebec, give way to a CRJ.
This is Hello, Alex. How's it going today? It's going great. We have absolutely perfect weather for plane spotting today.
3792, the Arctic,
and it's going to be pretty great tomorrow as well. So we're going to be going live tomorrow. So we're going to have 2 live shows this week. Of course, today, right now, and tomorrow. Nothing planned for Thursday or Friday. We will go live Saturday again.
Clear on the left side, going to Hotel 13.
So will not be impromptu like it was last week.
Yeah, it was been a little rainy yesterday.
Have a good day.
Well, hi, RJ.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Alex.
Hey, happy Tuesday.
Yes, happy Tuesday.
There you go, everybody. RJ B now joins the broadcast.
I'm barking big time over some things, but I said, get out of the house, go help Alex.
Have some fun. Sometimes you need good activity to do to de-stress, decompress, relax.
Go watch airplanes
reset,
take off
yes.
on land. Go smell some jet fuel.
Absolutely. Neil, thanks so much for tuning in today. This is Hello, Alex, and everybody. Assume you know this, but the Southwest Independence 1 livery 737 MAX 8 will be flying its first flight tomorrow. Dallas Love Field to Philadelphia. Southwest 3729. That ought to be really awesome.
Alex, I heard you as I pulled in. Oh, what do we have coming in? Hang on a second.
Delta 259er from Dublin.
Oh, I didn't waste any time getting to see a heavy, did I?
Delta 2644 off the gate, Charlie 7, request taxi with information needed.
2644, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa behind that RJ off your left.
30 right, via Papa behind the RJ, Delta 2644.
So if I remember correctly, the Dublin flights,
0.9 Delta 259.
the Dublin flights are now daily. So I think we'll have Delta
259, heavy joining Alpha, Fox 12.
259 tomorrow as well.
Alpha, cross runway 4.
That looks like an honorary red tail.
You would be absolutely correct. Well done, RJ.
Well, I was waiting for her to get close enough to be able to look at the back of those engines, so I'm always game to learn all the little
Well, you learned well, I'll tell you what.
tricks of the trade. Well, I have you to
Yeah.
thank for that because
Well, you're welcome.
you've taught me a lot of little things like that I didn't know because, of course, I was away from this area for 39 years, so I wasn't around this environment and all this activity here that's at MSP. Of course, nothing. I'm not saying anything bad about TPA because when you go through that airport now, you got to go say hi to Phoebe.
I was going to say the same thing. I mean, if you don't say hi to Phoebe, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, we got to go give her a scratch on the head. You know, maybe a little scratch behind the ears and, you know, on the chin, you know.
Phoebe is that giant flamingo inside the terminal. In case you are wondering, who in the heck is Phoebe?
Yeah, Phoebe arrived in at the Tampa airport after I left. So, or sometime maybe during the year I left, but I was not out at the airport to fly out and go anywhere, so I never got to see her. At least not yet.
Marcus Ice, so great to see you today. Happy Tuesday. Yes, the weather today is amazing. Much better today than it was yesterday. We were going to go live yesterday, but I had some personal business things that I needed to take care of, so that took precedent over doing a stream. But it also kind of worked out too today because we get the cargo heavies we wouldn't have gotten yesterday and all that.
Oh, I have to, Alex. I have to say hi, Gordon. I saw you on the chat.
3467 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Hunter VR, so great to see you today, Hunter. Says, hello, beautiful day at MSP, also in Hayward, Wisconsin. Agreed.
Pitch crew, 30 left, Southwest 3467.
Home of the Burkebinder, right?
I think so, I would not know.
2732, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
I think that's where that event is held. It's a very well-known, very big Nordic skiing event up here in the winter.
Grammy B says, hi, Alex, see you soon. Hey, that's Grandma. Hi, Grandma. some Alex fam joining the chat today. So it's a pretty big week coming up for her because she's moving from Michigan. So going to be closer with the rest of my family here in Minnesota, actually.
Oh, that'll be nice to have.
Absolutely.
3847 Minneapolis.
And Alex, as I was kind of pulling in and shutting down in my car before I got out, did I hear you say that John is not gonna be able to make it now for the trip to LA because he's had something come up?
Yeah, due to an unforeseen circumstance, I got a phone call this morning from John. Said, "Hey, I hate to do this, but I'm not going to be able to make LA." And I said, "No worries, no worries."
Runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Well, things come up, things happen. Believe me, I know. Who doesn't?
Exactly. Well, you know, this is the time of the year for, I guess, maybe some of that stuff to happen. So. Look at the turnout of this A220 departure. How cool is this?
Oh, they're making a left turn out of the north side.
Contact departure, see ya.
Wish they could do that because there's nobody coming or going on South Parallel right now.
Delta 2591 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30
How
right.
awesome was that? That's a really nice angle. You don't see that every day from the north side departures, do you? Michael Thomas, 720, so great to see you today. Says hello from Rochester, Minnesota. Hey, Alex and friends. Well, hey, Michael, so great to have you on board. Happy Tuesday. ready for some spotting.
Tower, wind 310 at 12.
Also, Chase Tuna 9, so great to see you today, my friend. Thanks for tuning in. Happy Tuesday. Who's ready for some spotting? Also, Airbus A says, hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm looking forward to seeing Shamrock 89 from Dublin, landing in less than an hour. Awesome. Matthew Chesterton, so great to see you today. Says, what's better than sharklets or the scimitars? That's a good question. I kind of like the split scimitar winglets over the sharklets.
Yeah, I think they're pretty gnarly on those 7.3s.
Alpha 3467, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta.
Especially when you're looking at them from on board out a window.
Delta with Southwest 3467.
That was 188 Foxtrot, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Hey, that's the Delta Spirit A350-900, and boy, are they pushing back from Concourse F with some hustle.
Didn't they come in on a domestic flight? I think I was looking in at Flight Radar earlier before.
Doug 4, taxi via Bravo Charlie at Charlie, hold short, runway 30
Admittedly
left.
growling and barking over some things that I've got going on that I got to deal with, so. Yeah, they came in from Detroit.
3817 for taxi of Yankee.
Jaden, thanks for the heads up. Says next arrival looks like a maintenance check flight, only went north around Maple Grove, which is in the North Metro, just to the north and west of Minneapolis, before turning around to head back to MSP. Interesting. Okay, we'll have to keep our eye on that.
Yeah, it's an A321 with that typical flight number 9985. They were only in the air for 16 minutes. And I see we had Popsicle Bus here. They have come and gone. Thought we were gonna get to. Am I gonna get to see her today? It's just like, well, I
I
wasn't
think we'll
out.
get to see Popsicle Bus tomorrow. We'll also see KLM tomorrow as well, too. So they are going to bring the 787-9 Dreamliner our way.
Number 48 to 84, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Tower at Charlie, cross runway 30 left, continue to South Main Base, monitor ground point 9 after you cross.
Cross 30 left, Charlie to the bay, point 9, 1 heavy, thank you.
The 9985, turn left, contact ground point 9, good day.
Matthew, it's so great to meet you in person as well.
Contact departure, yeah.
Enjoy chatting with you in addition to getting to spot some planes out here at the viewing area. So I always like saying hi to those that are tuning in and watching live.
Delta 9985 off 30 right, making a left turn for Charlie 10.
Delta 9985.
Yeah, Alex, I did a 5K this past Saturday, and it was over at Minnehaha Falls, and they had a table set up for Sun Country, and while I was there talking to the person there that was staffing the table, got to talking to some other people that came up to see what they had for giveaways, and made mention of the channel. They know of it. So I mentioned who I was, and they seemed to know who I am. So...
Wow, interesting. Okay.
The word does get out. So. Oh, that reminds me. I got a couple things to, and I forgot to bring them.
Give me during a call again when you're ready to go.
Next time.
Endeavor 5041, Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 30 right.
So 502 Delta November getting a tow. Headed over to Tech Ops. It's the Delta Spirit A350.
Runway 30 left.
Push approved, 30 left, Delta 1.
It's kind of a neat catch today. Didn't have 502 on my bingo card for A350 spotting. Walter Matthews, hey, thanks so much for the kudos. Just love your channel. Walter from Malacca, Minnesota. All right. All right, we got some prime air action. We got Sun Country coming in.
Southwest 3467, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 7 mile final, runway 30 left line for wind. Alright, 2272 Minneapolis Tower, traffic is holding position, wind 30 red 12, gust 20, runway 30 left clear to land.
30 left, clear to land,
Delta 2591 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line of release. Country 3073, turn left on Mike.
All right, everybody, we got a flight announcement headed our way. RJ, what's the scoop?
160, the AMS has pushed.
All right.
Turn left, runway 422, contact ground
So
point.
keep it right here, everybody. We're going to get some A350 Thunder here in just a bit. But first, we have our prime air coming in on taxiway Mike exiting the south parallel.
Could make a 180.
This will be our first Mike taxi of the day. Hopefully we get a Mike taxi with UPS and FedEx later tonight.
Mike for Amazon.
Yeah, Sun Country 3073, Minneapolis ground, taxi head straight via Mike Sierra November at November, cross runway 17, and then Lima 6 then.
Mike Sierra November, cross 17, Lima 6.
Traffic 3575 on 422, Focus S05.
Sierra 3575, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Quebec to the gate.
Quebec to the gate, again, 3575.
Brickyard 3575, I'm showing gate Echo 8. Can you verify your gate again?
We'll verify, because that's better.
Okay. Delta 9985, join Papa now. You can taxi via Papa, Charlie, and Alpha. So the 30
All
left.
right, we got to switch focus because we have a departing southwest. 737.
You can expect that on the other side.
Course 3817, Minneapolis Tower, turn right heading 320, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Jaden, yeah, we'll see where the departing Dash 8 is at the moment.
3467, yeah.
I think they're next in line, Jaden, so I think we'll wait for the Q400.
Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
So they are lining up with the north parallel right now. So RJ, we need to be on the lookout for
5041,
our
runway
Dash 8
30 right,
Q400. That is one of our more interesting catches at MSP when it comes to the regional aircraft.
They're on the move.
Roger, give way to company CRJ, taxiing off of actually Bravo 16. That shouldn't be a factor. Endeavor 4884.
All right, so we're going to bail on the arriving
Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
south parallel departure so we can get our Dash 8.
Actually, disregard, just Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
There you go, Jaden. This one's for you.
There they are.
There it is. WestJet Encore headed back to Regina, Saskatchewan with the Dash 8 Q400.
9985, give way to exiting United Airbus.
3817, contact departure, see ya.
Endeavor 4884 at the end. You can taxi around, push back off gate Delta 4, rejoin Quebec, Charlie and Alpha.
Contact ground point 9er, see ya.
Right, Delta, ground point 922.
Endeavor 5041, Minneapolis Tower, turn left heading 260, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Charlie Alpha.
Richard, let's go back to Charlie Alpha. 292272 is exiting at Delta, parking at Echo 7.
2272 Minneapolis ground, taxi straight in via Delta.
Straight in via Delta, United 2272. Ground, Delta 160 heavy, pushback complete, ready to taxi.
Delta 160 heavy, runway 30 left, taxi
Jade
via Alpha.
876, you're
30
welcome.
left via Alpha, Delta 160 heavy.
All right, Delta 160 Heavy is good to start taxiing 230 left
188 Fox
for departure.
At the end,
This is
taxi
a
around the 737
notable
off gate
flight alert
Delta
as
4,
well,
rejoin
so all of
Quebec,
our
Charlie and Alpha.
A350s get a notable tag.
Shuttle 1621, narco visual 30 left.
Delta 1621, Minneapolis Tower, wind 300 at 10, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left, Delta 1621.
Chase 2-9 says, dang, I thought I had seen it that we're supposed to get a 747 for UPS tonight, but it looks like it's a 763. UPS has done that so many times this spring. You know what? To be honest, I'm not surprised they did it. And they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and that's okay. Because I mean, I kind of like a variety a little bit, RJ.
Were we supposed to get a queen today?
We were supposed to have gotten the 747-400 freighter, but that never ended up happening because they swapped it out with the 767-300 instead.
Okay, I hadn't even looked because dealing with other things today, so I hadn't looked far enough ahead in the day to see what was on the plan for UPS.
I do like that we get a variety, though, of some 767 and 747 action from UPS. Because as you guys remember, for the longest time, we never got UPS 767s. And it's only now, and from now and since the MD-11s were retired from the fleet, that we started seeing them. So I'll tell you what, RJ, there's certainly going to be more opportunities later this week to catch the 747 come in for UPS.
Ground up 2415, ready to taxi.
So we'll be back at it tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So hopefully UPS will send us a 747 on tomorrow's show. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul, the aviation mecca of Minnesota. So we're the second busiest Delta hub in the country by passenger volume. We're also the main operating base of Sun Country Airlines, soon to be fully merged with Allegiant.
I like pushing that button, and I'm learning more about what these buttons do and what sounds come out of them. So 165. Speaking of AMS, as in Amsterdam, we do have the last of the 3 inbound arrivals. 51 minutes out.
4884 left on Bravo, rejoin Alpha the tunnel for traffic exiting 30 left.
Currently at 38,000.
Paris 188 Foxtrot,
Skirting
left on Bravo,
the
rejoin Alpha the tunnel.
Coastline of Lake Superior.
160 Heavy, Minneapolis, are you ready to go? 160 Heavy. So 1621, contact ground point 9er.
1621. 160 Heavy, the tower 126.7.
I was trying to get you going before this arrival, but I'll wait.
So Delta from the Big Easy exiting 30 left. This A321 comes to us from New Orleans, Louisiana.
Via Delta Papa. Delta Papa, Delta 1621.
The A321's been a pretty consistent assignment with this particular flight from New Orleans, RJ. So usually it's a smaller 319 or 320. In the past, I think as it has been.
Aircraft departure to Zulu Turn altimeter.
MSY is an interesting airport, too.
Well, I've
Especially
been to,
with the inbound traffic over Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, I've been to New Orleans, but it's been a while, so I don't know. Did they recent few years build a new airport down there?
They did. They have a whole new terminal. They didn't bulldoze the old terminal, though, so it's across the runway. The new terminal is across one of the runways from the old terminal. And in fact, they still use the old terminal for a lot of the charter flights that go in and out of that airport. I think Breeze also uses it as well, in addition to the new terminal.
Okay, because
It's very interesting. I mean, New Orleans is really interesting.
So it's not a new airport per se, they just built a new terminal.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I know we did a round-trip cruise for the holidays from there one year, and then we ended a cruise there once. So it's been quite a while since I've been through that airport.
2415 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line up and wait.
So the airports that I've been through the most over time is here in Tampa. So then other airports that we may have gone through just because of where we were going, but not on a regular basis.
Jane, interesting observation, probably just with that maintenance flight, maybe undergoing some certification, testing, possibly. Maybe they're just trying to work out something
United 2298,
that the maintenance crews were taking a look at. So whatever the case may be, certainly an interesting find nonetheless. Here's Sun Country coming in as our next arrival on 30 left.
So 160 Heavy Minneapolis Tower, traffic 6 mile final, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 30 left, Delta 160 Heavy.
So 2415, fly heading 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, 4095 Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
1023 Minneapolis Tower.
Speaking of UPS, Alex, we do have an inbound 5556 from Rockford. They left 11 minutes ago. So it's not hugely far from here to Rockford. The overall flight time is just roughly, actually, it's about an hour.
That's incredibly short.
Yeah, they're due in 43 minutes, and they departed 12 minutes ago. So I didn't major in math, but I can add those two numbers up and just round it off to about an hour.
Absolutely. All right, we got some fans watching from Sacramento, California in the house. Rick, thanks so much for tuning in today. This is greetings from SMF, Sacramento, California. Welcome to Minnesota. It's great to have you on board on this Tuesday. So very fun. If you have just tuned in at the right time, Delta 160 Heavy is now departing for Amsterdam with the A350-900.
Contact departure, Delta 16 Heavy.
How amazing is that? Delta 160 with a little growl as well to boots.
0306 Minneapolis Tower. Traffic may hold in position. Wind 30 at 16, S22, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Dream Spinner 3MN, great to see you. Happy Tuesday. Hello, everyone.
Turn left at Whiskey 7, left on Whiskey to Signature. No delay off. Traffic's inside of 2 mile final.
Whiskey 7, Whiskey, no delay, Flexus 653.
Just checking in on Shamrock. 32 minutes.
That's right. Got 30 minutes to the arrival of Shamrock.
Traveling around. Well, so the last trip I actually did was on.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the aircraft viewing area. I'm Alex. It's RJ. And what's a beautiful day for plane spotting out here. Much different than yesterday. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be nice to have an extended break away from the rain. It looks like we're going to have a lot of good weather here in the coming days.
Yeah, well, it wasn't that bad yesterday. It was a nice,
No, it was
steady
not.
rain.
Yeah,
it was
yeah, it
good
was.
because we need it.
We absolutely do. I mean, there are some places around here that are just as dry as a bone, everybody. I mean, look at MSP Airport. There's a lot of dirt that is right kind of around at the viewing area. It patches, so it's
Yeah.
we got some precipitation yesterday.
Because it's been dry, and it'll help keep the fire risks down. So that's been another problem, and something that I've had to readjust to getting used to with that threat up here when the weather gets dry. So it'll help with that, and as it is, there's areas up in the northern part of the state that they've had so much rain on top of the snow melt and the warmer temperatures. Have you seen it on the news at Gooseberry?
My goodness.
Gooseberry Falls. It's one of the Minnesota state parks that's north of Duluth along the Lake Superior.
Cushing Edge, thanks so much for tuning in today. It says, what engines does the A350 use? They use the Rolls-Royce Trent XWB engines.
ATC at New York said, or was it DCA? Like that's why you still fly. That's why you still fly.
So Wally asks, any updates on the merger with Sun Country and Legion? Not. I don't think I've had any, or we've seen any updates yet.
It's been quiet of late.
And I totally understand that though with the East Coast.
Yeah. So at this point, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, those things don't happen overnight.
North 4884, turn left heading 260.
American Airlines 737, that's Carlos. Hey, Carlos, how are you doing today?
188 Foxtrot, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line of weight, traffic 7 mile final.
Happy Tuesday, if I didn't say so myself. It's a beautiful day for plane spotting out here in the Twin Cities.
Looking at going to Chicago as well later.
Oh.
So kind of had a little bit of a quiet time.
Well, that's what you get with close spacing. A little bit late getting the touchdown with our 757, but when you have them closely spaced as they are, always makes for an interesting program, despite being a little bit tougher to keep up with.
It's okay, Alex.
Yeah, do be advised, I can't hang with the departing aircraft. Can't be looking at him for too long.
Alex, we got a mic taxi coming from a Smurf jet. I thought I heard something.
So that's the Minnesotan way of saying, hey, heads up.
Alpha Delta, cross runway 4, Delta 22.
There we go. All right, got another taxi on Mike. Prime Air 2 for 2 on taxiway Mike.
You get a really good look at those split scimitar wingtips on 7.3 when they go by like that. And we do have another heavy pushback, Alex.
152 to Paris.
You got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right. Look at this, we're going to get a 2 for 1 here. All right, we're gonna get a two-jet combo, Prime Air and Delta. 757-300 on the left, and the Prime Air 737-800 Boeing converted freighter on the right. So let me guess, this Prime Air 737's headed off to Cincinnati.
It doesn't get going until June, so you don't have to get up at the crack at all.
Right.
You know, you go up to St. Cloud, you take a left, you go through Rockford, and if you get going early, make sure you stop. You go through Rockford.
You're wrong.
Oh, brother.
That's why I had to do it. I had to push the other button. Had set it to San Bernardino.
And I mean, they got the best stuff.
Okay. So you got the
No, just ask around. Where's the big
I needed a laugh.
okay. So there actually is a button for this.
Oh, okay.
It's not the bounce. So
Well, I was just finding one to push without having to change.
no, it's not going to Cincinnati. It's
Oh,
going
that's
to,
the buzzer.
yeah,
Okay.
that's what that is.
Okay.
So I was wrong on that. I thought it was going to Cincinnati, but it's going to San Bernardino instead. So
Okay, so now I know what that one sounds like. I saw it on there, so. Yeah, it's been one of those days. My poor car. It's fixable.
a couple days before Oshkosh?
Thank God for that.
no kidding.
Yeah.
All the way from Tolman. You get in there.
Exactly.
Well, you'll make it through.
Yeah, but
Well, believe me, if it was worse than it is, I probably wouldn't be out here. Just one of those things that, yeah, you might want to have to deal with it, but just keep an eye on it.
Alpha 7 and 0.9.
Keep up with the fluids. But yeah, it's still something I'll go ahead and probably get taken care of for peace of mind.
Same weekend as
It's just not cheap.
No kidding.
the commemorative Air Force.
Now I got myself doing it.
Come on now.
Okay, I'll stop.
But you can look it up.
West 3819.
Thanks so much, everybody. Just crossed the 100 like mark. So if you're enjoying today's broadcast, feel free to hit the like button. Only takes a couple seconds. It's an important metric for us creators. I very much appreciate it. Lets us know that you enjoy everything that you're seeing today, and that we're doing a good job. So we appreciate everybody that's hit that like button today.
Over halfway to all 50.
A little over, yeah.
Yup.
Time's at 7:47 in.
About 5 p.m. usually. I think it's.
All right, we got a 321 Neo here on the north side departing. Off to Anchorage. Delta 377 now airborne for the last frontier.
Yup. They swapped it at the last minute.
All right, let's see if we can get real quick. Delta 2062 from Austin. It's on our runway, the south parallel, 30 left.
Jet 720 Minneapolis ground, push through, runway 30 right.
So RJ, I know that I alluded to our cargo heavies for UPS and FedEx. We also have some more heavy arrivals for Delta. We've got, I think we got 165 heavy still about to make their way in, correct?
Yeah, I'll go back and check in on them. I was trying to kind of pick away at that, trying to get myself back into the routine.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we also got Delta 170 with the A350.
Yeah,
gonna
I
be a
was
lot
going to
more
get to that
A350.
one. I guess I just hadn't gotten to them yet because they were a little bit further out into the afternoon. I have to kind of adjust myself when I'm out here because, well, you know, we start the stream at different times. So it's just like, what do we still have the chance to catch based on when we start? And, of course, you know, we're still working our way into going later and later into the evening because our sunset and our daylight is
I
still...
think it's now past 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. I
Yeah.
should say. I think it's past 8 p.m. now, right?
Yes, you know, it'll get to the point where we still have daylight after 10 o'clock at night. So
Delta 152 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, fly right heading, 30 left, over takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, 30 left. Delta 152.
There's Prime Air going to San Bernardino, but we got to break away from Prime Air because Delta 152 to Paris is also about to get airport. Martin Hilder, thanks so much for tuning in. Says, hi, first time I watch your stream. Looks so good. Well, thank you. Great to see those different planes and logos. I'm watching from England. All right.
So do we know if this is an honorary red tail for that's coming?
I think so. We'll just have to see. So look for the engines on the side of the aircraft. If they're Pratt & Whitney or GE.
I'll give her a salute anyways.
F-3544, Minneapolis Tower, 130011, Gulf 20, traffic in position, runway 30 left, clear to land.
So that indeed was an ex-Northwest A330.
Oh, they're going a little bit further out before they make that right turn.
Yeah, they are continuing to fly runway heading.
31 at the departure end.
So there we go, Delta 152 officially out of here for Paris.
Delta 152 Heavy, turn right heading 360, contact departure, good day.
On Air Thomas, great to see you today. Says good afternoon all. Hope everyone is having a great Tuesday. I'm having a great Tuesday. How about you, Thomas? Happy Tuesday. Scott Jones, say thanks so much for tuning in today. Scott says, any predictions tonight on the Wild game? I say Wild 4-2.
Yeah, they have to win, don't they?
Let's go Wild. Come on, guys. Everybody in the chat, let's go Wild.
Go Bolts tomorrow night.
And Bolts too, I guess.
Yep, our series tied at 2. Playing Game 5 tomorrow in Tampa.
Were you up in your Darwin at all?
Just had to step off the ladder here real quick and make sure that we got our highlights saved for our runway recap later tonight. So, wanted to let everyone know. Aaron JW84 says good afternoon. Good afternoon, Aaron. Happy Tuesday.
1531, contact departure, good day.
Hunter Thomas is getting ready for finals at UWL. Best of luck to you for finals. They start May 11th and go through May 15th. So we wish you the best of luck in that as well. So Hunter Thomas is not a big NHL fan, but go Wild though. That's all right. The big thing for us, we need to beat the Dallas Stars.
Yeah, because Colorado Avalanche, after they swept their series in 4 games against the LA Kings, are now sitting at home resting, waiting for the winner of that series.
By the way, that's a team that Minnesota has beat multiple times during the regular season, and it's a team, by the way, the Colorado Avalanche were the President's Trophy winners this year. They did not give up very many losses whatsoever. If there's any team that can take on the Colorado Avalanche and stick it to them, it would be us, the Minnesota Wild.
So you were mentioning 170, Alex. I do have an update.
All right.
They are running a little bit late. They had a late departure out of Seoul. Scheduled in here right at 6 o'clock. Estimated arrival at 6:36 p.m. So they're running about 35 minutes late.
All right. Hey, and it's Peter saying greetings from Portugal. Just relaxing after a day's work, watching some plane spotting. Hey, thanks for being with us today. Happy Tuesday. Hope your day at work wasn't too bad. Evenings here at MSP are busy, especially tomorrow. We'll have KLM tomorrow on the show as well, too. We're doing a back-to-back double-header for MSP Live today and tomorrow. It's also going to be busy tonight because we've got Aer Lingus coming in just a little bit, and also got our Delta Heavies that will be arriving from Seoul and also Amsterdam. There's also a equipment upgrade on one of the Atlanta flights. A 767 will be due out today, I think.
So outbound from here?
Correct. I think the flight number was Delta 1036 Heavy.
32 maps, hello, wind 33014, gust 22, runway 30 left, go ahead.
There's a land 30 left, 9732.
And as many of you, okay.
Found it. Scheduled at 4:30. It's been delayed till 5 after 6.
That's A-okay. That's part within our window for streaming. Hey, we got a super tug on the loose.
That was 4630, traffic off the left, good morning to you.
So it'll be interesting to see where they are going to position the super tug.
It would have been neat if they would have come by us here at the viewing area, coming more in our direction instead of where they're headed.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to.
Yeah, do you ever hear about the Pueblo incident?
Oh, I've heard about that.
Okay. That is why I went to Vietnam.
So you can also probably hear it in the background too. It's a little bit breezy today. It's not bad at all. Boy, and I'll tell you what, RJ, it has been a windy spring, much like 2024. Just seems that all of the clear days that we've had out here, or most of them, has just been high winds.
Yeah, I could go without the wind right now.
I think you speak for a lot of people, including myself. Yeah, I could probably go without the wind as well.
And it's been a bit of a roller coaster this spring as far as the weather is concerned with our temperatures, too.
No kidding. It seems like we had like a couple weeks where we just had a bunch of setbacks due to weather. Where it was just cold and rainy and gross on several days.
Yeah, because, I mean, I've already been out here a couple of times to help out with the stream, and I've been in shorts, and I haven't been able to keep it that way because the weather keeps changing, and I'm just not wearing them right now.
Yeah, so I don't typically wear shorts when I'm out doing stuff either, especially in a day like today, though. I mean, I don't even have a T-shirt on.
We know that.
Well, I'll wear them, but, you know, it's got to be warm enough.
We're not going to have you do any more in-country flights. No more, just out of country. Okay, so we were doing all these R&R trips, you know, making every sure.
And I do have, I have found 258 to Dublin is also on schedule for their departure at 6:25.
you know, who wants this trip? Well, I'll take that. You know. Yeah. Well,
Kind of sounds like a
I
interesting
had
conversation.
a deal going on in Taipei, and but I hadn't been to Australia. I said, hey, I want to trade the. You take the Taipei trip this week. I'll do the Australia trip. Okay. So anyway, we let everybody strap in the old 130 and we'll go down there from Penang.
Grab up 2983, we're on 22 going to Golf.
So 2993 Minneapolis contact departing via 22 Alpha.
22 Alpha, thanks for
2 hours after we took off. I really can't tell you.
All right, so
And at the moment, 2162 to Amsterdam is also looking to be on time, but of course that's now. See what happens between now and then.
all right.
And we'll see what we can do beyond that as our days continue to get longer and what develops in between.
Absolutely. So who's excited? We got LAX coming up next week. In fact, a week from today. I will be airborne on Delta 2122 to Los Angeles with our assistant producer, Logan Justice.
Taxi parking via Charlie, Quebec, United 732.
Delta 1048 Minneapolis ground, push through runway 30
So
left.
we are so excited also to be working with our friends LA Flights Live, Peter and Josh. Big thanks to them.
And I know leading up to the start of the stream today, Alex, you were playing the new trailer for that that event coming up. And did you see what I posted in the chat earlier? It said, "Where's my box of tissues?" After watching it, got me all warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, I mean, that's actual LAX spotting footage. Our assistant producer, Logan Justice, had a huge spotting expedition there back in 2022, as a matter of fact.
3478, Hotel 13, ready, push.
So it's been 4 years since he's been to LA. I've never been.
Push through runway 30 left, Zulu's current.
We do have Zulu, first push, 3473 left.
And it's going to be so exciting because we're going to be checking out Clutter's Park. We're going to be checking out Economy. We're going to be kind of at those two locations. We thought about doing Northside at Westchester. There were some logistical challenges and some other factors that
Alaska 782 starts pulling out traffic.
make doing a broadcast from there a little difficult. So no matter what happens, we're going to have an excellent time out in LA. And we're going to make sure to share as much as we can about it. So I think we might be doing some vlogging as well, possibly on the outbound trip. Maybe getting some in-flight footage we can share from the 321neo takeoff. Who knows?
Well, you have a window seat. You can use your
Yes.
your camera. Just
Yep. And
use it for your takeoff. Who doesn't?
well, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah. I have a fit if I don't have a window seat.
That's 4063 map.
Yeah, you got to have the window seat, I think. That's the best in-flight entertainment there is, looking out the window. It's such a privilege.
So Alex, you see where Shad is saying, let's bring LA flights to MSP. Well, yeah, you need to work on that with them while you're out there.
Just give it a little bit. I mean, they've got a busy schedule, though, so it's going to be, I guess, whenever they want to fit a trip in. I'm trying to get them to come here when the weather is not brutally cold. And when Peter was here about a couple of years ago, he, I think, is still getting the heebie-jeebies after
Code 4063, flat ready. Runway 30
after
left, over takeoff.
spotting here for 2 days because it was a little bit blustery outside. It was in the... We had temperatures that were in the teens. We had a little bit of a wind chill factor, coupled with the fact that we had a snowstorm the night that he was staying here at MSP from Saturday night into Sunday that dumped a lot of snow on the metro area. And that cold after a while. I mean, he was probably going to stay on and going to spot probably later into the evening, but, you know, I think he got too cold.
American 2481, Minneapolis, Tower, 129
Oh, Alex. Trevor's just said if it's clear enough, you can see the Hollywood sign from Imperial Hill. Yeah, he's nodding because he's here.
Yeah, Trevor's actually been out to LA many times. That is something that you can see if it is clear enough, the Hollywood sign. So, Shad, kind of going back to your comment about bringing LA flights to MSP, we're certainly going to work on that.
Oh, Alex, Shamrock is approaching on the north side. I saw somebody just post that in the chat and caught it. It's easy to get sidetracked here. There's a lot to look out for.
Ground Alaska 782 going to Echo 2.
All right, Chester is here. Alaska exiting the south parallel runway. They brought us a 737 900ER today with a split scimitar winglets.
Ground Delta 1048 Zulu ready to taxi.
All right, our next arrival, Delta 1208 from Orlando, the 757.
Left Alpha, Delta 1048.
He's
Not far with that. All right, thank you.
All
All right, let's get Shamrock coming in on the north side. Aer Lingus is now here from Dublin.
Delta 1208, turn right at Mike.
So Shamrock is going to touch down, and they're going to go into the alley.
Delta 1208.
They're going to go to Concourse E. So we'll see them pop out on the other side of Terminal 1.
8-hour flight today for them, coming transatlantic from Dublin on an A321 XLR.
So one of our live plane spotting friends, John, just want to give a big shout out to John. So he brought us a very interesting beverage last week. It's kind of like a Japanese Gatorade called Pocari Sweat.
Oh,
And it was really good.
that sounds interesting.
I chugged down both bottles of it. And it was super great. And so getting to try something from, a different part of the globe was awesome.
Oh, so that wasn't something from around here.
So he also brought us some pictures from Japan during his travels. So RJ, I'm going to come grab the little envelope that he sent here as well too.
Delta 1048, wind 30.
We're gonna have to show these photos here on the stream here just a little bit.
Left line up 08, Delta 1048.
Super cool. That's one of the places abroad that,
And the alley.
pending I actually go through and get my passport here pretty soon. Somewhere where I would love to check out is Japan. Amazing country. All right, here's American Airlines.
American 2031, turn right at Charlie, no delay if you need runway 4, contact ground point enter.
Right turn Charlie, no delay, contact ground point 9, American 2381.
This is from Charlotte Douglas.
Delta 1048, flat right heading, runway 30 left, over takeoff.
So American has been pretty consistent on the A320 assignments from the Queen City.
Ground American 2381, we're clear 30 left on Charlie for gate Echo 13.
American 2031, minutes gone straight ahead, Charlie 6 to the gate, they'll just follow Air Lingus into the alley there.
Delta 1048 is now departing for Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson with a 757. All right, here we go. We're going to get some Pratt & Whitney Thunder in just a bit. These engines produce a really nice buzzsaw sound.
Delta 1048, thanks for the help. Turn left heading 260. Contact departure, good day.
260, departure, Delta 1048, good day.
Country 344, turn left at Charlie. Taxi Charlie 2, monitor ground point 9.
Charlie 2, monitor ground point 9, 10, Country 344, good day.
Okay.
Marcus, I will agree with that comment. You know, our friends at LA Flights, they are amazing.
Left over takeoff.
They're quite opportunistic as well. They take very few breaks.
32013, runway 30 left, clear left.
Clear to land 30 left,
All right, I think we got our next departure in the roll here. Yes, we do. Southwest now has its turn to launch off the south parallel.
Southwest 3470, turn left heading 260. Contact departure.
Flight 3470 is headed off to St. Louis Lambert this afternoon.
All right, Alex, we got a little something interesting coming in.
All right.
Next arrival is a Gulfstream.
Ooh.
So a G650.
I think this might be Target Corporation.
Position via Delta Kilo 3, cross 17, join Lima, cross runway 4.
Yeah, no pictures with it, so we don't know. Just the aircraft type.
So, IHOP Man, thanks for tuning in, says, kind of sad that Sun Country will have to get rid of the Gopher logo, or the Gopher pod livery. Allegiant will probably do a Minnesota Golden Gopher special livery in the Allegiant paint scheme. So unfortunately, the Gopher Pod livery might be going away. But Allegiant, they do a lot more with special liveries than Sun Country does. So Allegiant likes their special liveries. They already have a special livery for the Vegas Golden Knights and the Las Vegas Raiders. So I think it is very likely, given the fact that Allegiant will pick up the contracts for Sun Country to transport the Golden Gopher Athletics, that they will have a livery that shows off the maroon and gold.
Well, Alex, does Sun Country have any other special liveries besides Gopher Pod?
Nope, Gopher Pod is the only one.
All right.
Country 1812, turn left, at ground point 9.
Turn ground point 9, Sun Country 12. The ground Sun Country 1812, clearing on Delta for Hotel 2 Shot.
Sun Country 1812, and assume taxi to the gate via Delta.
Gate via Delta, Sun Country.
So this particular livery is the simplified title scheme that came out in 2017. It was an interim livery in between the 2001 delivery colors, when Sun Country first started flying the 737 Next Gen series, and the Tide Pod livery that was unveiled in 2018. It has been the primary current livery for Sun Country ever since, being selected by the company itself based on a company-wide vote out of 6 different concepts pitched by the design firm to revamp the Sun Country livery. The Tide Pod livery that we know and love today was the one that the employees actually picked. I saw some of the different concepts, RJ, and the employees were absolutely correct in picking the one that they did. One of the things I really wish that we got to see in regard to the Sun Country Tide Pod livery, it would kind of be cool if we had like a reverse Tide Pod livery where instead of orange on the front, it was blue. You just swap the blue and orange colors out.
So the tail would be orange.
That would be correct. You'd have like a blue Sun Country logo. That'd be super nice.
Right, so where it's orange, it would be blue, and where it's blue, it would be orange.
Correct. So you basically flip-flop the colors. That'd be kind of funky. Really cool.
Number 650 Tango Papa, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 2.5 mile final at Charlie, cross runway 30 left, taxi Whiskey.
That, of course, will never happen, though. We will not get a reverse Tide Pod livery. Crazy to think about, though.
Well, yeah, and it's a little about, you know, have you ever noticed that depending on what pair of shoes that I have on, I don't have the same colored laces in both shoes?
Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, that's right. I just noticed.
I've had people, believe it or not, I've had it happen a couple times. They said, do you know you have 2 different colored shoelaces? And I said, like, yeah, I put them there.
Well, there's our Gulfstream. They are headed over to Signature Flight Support Services. So that's the private terminal here at MSP.
Tango Papa, this frequency in the Signature.
Just trying to be a little different.
Nothing wrong with that. Just ask Condor.
Yes, the beach towel.
I miss those. I dearly miss those. I mean, we had them for one summer here at MSP, and poof, they were gone.
Yeah, I don't remember how it was with the connection of it happening, but we had somebody come into the museum that had some Condor beach towel livery lanyards.
Yes, Team Stripes. Who is Team Stripes? I'm on Team Stripes. Photos, it's kind of a jarring livery to look at with Condor's current brand image. But you look at that beach towel stripe livery in person and oh my gosh, boy does that stand out. And I really love the blue beach towel. That's my favorite. The blue or the yellow. We don't see the yellow here in the States, but the blue. There's something about that blue livery, that blue beach towel that's just, it really hits home for me. I love seeing the blue beach towel livery. That was amazing. And unfortunately, we're not going to get that again. That's something that I'll dearly miss. And a lower German court had a decision on just competition and route network stuff that basically meant that Lufthansa did not need to give its route network to Condor.
Alex, we just got buzzed by 165.
Well, they're in the downwind.
Yeah.
So I guess that'll be our next flight announcement, RJ. We're going to get Delta 165 coming in here in about a few minutes.
Kind of lost track of time and kind of lost track of tracking them.
It's okay. I kind of lost track of them, too. I'm like, where are they at? Oh, there they are.
2770 map, down roger
Yeah,
that.
I looked up and I
13013,
saw somebody kind of
1
buzzing us.
ground
And just like,
position,
who's that? Because, yeah, the last time I made mention of them, they were skirting the coastline of Lake Superior. Just like, yeah, okay.
All right, UPS 2568 Heavy next in line for arrival in the south parallel runway.
Oh, they're here already. Lost track of them, too. Oh, well.
All
We got
right,
him now.
everybody.
See if we get a mic. See what their instructions are.
Up to 1471, traffic 5 mile final. Runway 30 left, line up, await.
We're number 2 for runway 30 left.
2770, affirmative, following a 0 J on a 3.5 mile final. PS 5556 Heavy, turn left at Mike, taxi Mike Tango, this frequency.
Left turn on Mike, and then Mike Tango with you for PS 5556 Heavy.
So my bad, everybody. I thought this was 2568 Heavy from Louisville. It's actually 5556 from Chicago Rockford with the A300. All right, members, let's show some love for the A300. Let's see those A300 emojis.
Delta 1471, 1330 at Niner, Gus 19er, fly we're heading, and 130 left, over takeoff.
Runway heading, takeoff 30 left, Delta 1471.
Thomas 23 has got to head out and prep for some dinner. All right, hey, have a great dinner. This is always great stuff from you and the team MSP Live. Thanks so much, Thomas.
Up to 1471, turn left heading at 260.
Have a great evening.
Contact departure, getting
260 departure, Seattle 1471.
All right, things starting to heat up as we get closer to the 5 o'clock hour. It's what we like to call the power hour.
Gus 3840, turn right
Here at
Delta,
MSP.
contact ground
5
49er.
o'clock is typically when things are busiest later in the day.
So it's not a power play. That'd be hockey.
That'd be correct. Zojo 5543 says
Gus
hello from
3761,
Duluth. Hey, welcome.
30 left, over takeoff.
I love Duluth.
Takeoff, runway heading to 3761.
Well, tell you what, RJ, we're building a pretty good highlights package for tonight. So you already got, I think now 3 mic taxis during our show today.
Sarasota, and behind them is 165.
3761, turn left heading 260.
All right, amazing. I've been to Sarasota. Actually, I've been to Sarasota Bradenton International. It's a nice little airport, by the way, south of Tampa.
Not too far from the Ringling Museum.
Yes. I flew on Sun Country. 801 Sierra Yankee was the registration of 737 I flew on. So 801 SY and I go back a little bit because that aircraft is the only Sun Country 737 I've flown on multiple times. And yes, I keep track of every single flight that I'm on with every airline, what the registration of the aircraft is, and what the date was, what seat I sat in, where I was going.
Ground Delta 2770 exiting 30 left to Charlie here for parking block back.
Airbus Ace, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Airbus Ace says, I'm on Team Stripes all the way. There we go. Will Condor return to MSP? Seem like a creative and fun airline. They are. Their business class product is actually really good. Unfortunately, the answer to that is no. So our managing producer, Michael Larson, has some inside information on that, or just the scoop, I should say. It says they will not, unfortunately, due to a German court ruling that all but prevented them from serving many of Lufthansa's route network.
1 mile final from Wait, 30 left to land. Still 3057 minutes down, taxi to the gate via Papa Mike, Hotel Bravo.
So that lower German court ruling basically ended Condor's service to MSP abruptly. Meanwhile, here's Delta 165 coming in from Amsterdam.
Minneapolis Airlines 3007 or next 30 left to the land. That's 165 Heavy, United Mike, 10 Alpha, ground point in it.
Mike Alpha Point 9, Delta 165 Heavy.
And they took off from Amsterdam 8 hours and 39 minutes ago, and now they're here in the Twin Cities. Just like that.
165 Heavy, minutes down, taxi Alpha to the gate, cross runway 22.
Cross 22, Delta 165 Heavy.
So 1476, minutes down, for a 73.
Joseph Nelson, 6141, says, greetings from Racine, Wisconsin. Great feed, love the feeds. Well, thank you for tuning in. Glad you enjoy it. It's a great day out for plane spotting here in the Twin Cities today. It's been a little bit breezy, but it's been amazing weather nonetheless. And I think we're in for a repeat tomorrow, too. So we're doing another show tomorrow. So just a heads up for everybody. So we're doing a double header this week. So today and tomorrow. So we'll be on the air till sundown today, and then tomorrow I'm expecting a similar time frame to today. It might start an hour earlier tomorrow, just so that way we can catch KLM heading back for Amsterdam as well. So that's the other highlight that we'll get tomorrow that we won't get today is KLM. Now, we were supposed to have gotten Discover today, if not for the fact that they pushed their seasonal service start dates from April 13th back to May 8th. So when we're out in Los Angeles, Discover is going to have their first flight of 2026 to MSP. So they're a seasonal carrier. They're keeping the seat warm for Lufthansa.
United's going to turn to your right, southbound out of there. Just give way to them and then continue into the gate. I think so. We'll give way to United.
So the process in trying to return to MSP from Lufthansa has been much extrapolated because they just have to crunch so many numbers. They have to try and figure out just with the equation of how they can consistently maintain that route given the wide-body, I think, fleet shortage they have, and that they are due wide-body deliveries, but I know that Boeing was behind on that. And despite the fact that Lufthansa was actually a strong performer in 2024 with Condor, there was also a strong performer. They were kind of tag teaming throughout the week. So let's say Lufthansa had Tuesdays. So they would have like a Tuesday, then Condor would do Wednesday, and it worked. They kind of alternated. It worked really well. But then that lower German court ruled that Condor was forbidden from flying the MSP route due to competition with Lufthansa, and that was pretty disappointing. RJ, what do you know?
We have an inbound 7-6 from Atlanta.
All right.
Delta 2825. They are due in 3 minutes. I'm starting to look to see who's coming in. It's kind of in that in-between time as far as inbound heavy arrivals to when we start getting some heavy outbound departures. And yes, of course, 170 is still out there, but they're running late today.
Hey, Steve Lundenby, so great to see you today. Steve says hello, everyone. How's it going? Had to work for a while, so I'm late to the party. Hey, I would say you're just in time. We got one of our 2 UPS cargo heavies that's doing today. We got FedEx later tonight. We've got a 767 that is inbound from Atlanta in just a short bit. Then, of course, we still got Delta 170. Still plenty to catch here coming up. A lot to catch, actually, might I mention. So whether you're joining from the start, whether you're joining in right now, just a little bit later,
Alpha 30 left.
joining in at the right time here today.
Runway 3's right, taxi via Lima, November, cross runway 35, Sierra, Mike, hold short of runway 30 left.
So coming in now, next on arrival, we've got our equipment upgrade from Atlanta. It's a 767 today.
Delta 2392 Minneapolis Airlines,
Chase Tuna, thanks for the heads up. We got the Delta Thank You livery that just arrived on the North Parallel.
3681, if you want to cut back in, use cut back.
It's a notable flight alert, special livery. All right, we got another live plane spotting colleague in here. Kiwi does stuff. Kiwi's certainly doing a lot of helpful stuff for the channel here. Thank you so much, Kiwi Does Stuff, for sending 10 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. Thank you so much, Kiwi. Great to have you on board. Enjoying seeing the stuff from New Zealand from time to time, by the way, out your direction.
The Mike Hotel Charlie Alpha, cross from 822.
Auckland is an underrated market. It's an underrated airport. My goodness. So we had.
Wow, yeah, I see them all listed
Yes,
there.
we got the we got a membership train going here, I think.
I just
got a membership train.
captured another Sky Card, so I was doing that.
You and your Sky Cards.
Well, I saw something flying over us, and it's just like, okay, what is that? So it turned out I already had it, but I found something else that was in the area and went after and found that one, and I didn't have it, so, you know, priorities.
Confirm, do you want us to go to ground and stay with you? Iconic
So if I'm not able to pull up the messages right away, just because we're a little bit busy and I want to make sure that we're getting our inbound and outbound stuff here. So our Atlanta arrival is next with the 767. This is actually an equipment upgrade today on the route from Atlanta nonstop. It's a notable flight alert as well.
Okay, random stuff says, guys, I'm literally in the plane. Which plane? Really?
Just want to give a big thank you to Airbus Ace here real quick for that $10 super chat. Thanks so much. Airbus Ace, and then Kiwi Does Stuff gifting a total of 10. Count of 10 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. Thank you so much, Kiwi.
Just commented, am I hearing MSP visits AKL after LAX?
Well, when I get my passport. I don't have my passport yet. That's on my to-do list.
Once you have one, it's always a good idea to keep it active because it's just easier, I think. So, reached a point where it was going to be expiring, so I took care of it.
You know what would be very fun is if we actually had a nonstop from MSP to Auckland or Sydney. That'd be really nice.
That would be a ride.
Number 5073, we have the crowd. Taxi to Papa. 4 available.
35 to north of runway 4, to the ground point under 3, stop south field.
Okay, right turn runway 4 and then point 9er, and I missed the last part, Delta 2025.
I'm going to cross that. Stop, no problem. 1323, even up the side, Mike crossing at 30 left, Mike, and Papa.
Mike crossing at 30 left, Mike Papa, 1323.
How iconic is that? It doesn't get more MSP than that. You got the Swearingen Fairchild Metroliner also in frame there momentarily with the big 767.
2025 heavy Minneapolis ground, taxi to be Alpha Gate.
Boy, it's a 767 day here today at MSP, it seems.
Oh, we gotta wait till July 26th or 27th for that.
Look at those massive winglets.
Oh gosh.
On the 767. How cool is that? That's one of the cooler things, I think, especially with the Delta 767s, that I just find fascinating. Look at how large those are.
The G1323 Minneapolis ground, give way to the exiting CRJ.
Yeah, they can be deceiving. So if you were able to actually get up and measure yourself within your height versus the height of those wingtips, I mean, you'd probably be looking up at it. They're taller than most of us probably are.
So it's going to be this aircraft that's going to operate a new nonstop service in the future to OGG. We're getting a second route to the Hawaiian Islands nonstop from Minneapolis. I think that might be later this year. I have to go back and look at it, but that is confirmed.
All right, because I was about to ask you when that new flight starts, but you answered that, so I didn't have to ask.
Flight 653 Minneapolis Tower, average 7 mile final, runway 30 left, line at the line. Just 39 to 1, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, clear to land, and 3308, traffic holds in position.
This flight actually from Atlanta, Alex, is late.
Super 4 heavy, reposition via Bravo.
We're supposed to have been in here at about 25 after 3.
Via Alpha. Yeah, Alpha, Super 4 heavy.
Northwoods Mosquito, thanks so much for checking the date on our new nonstop route to OGG. That's going to start December 19th of this year.
Oh, so we're still a ways off on that.
We are ways away from that. And I think it comes at the perfect time, too, because everybody up here is going to be looking for a warm weather getaway. Especially how brutal our winters are up here. I mean, there are days where it gets colder up here in Minnesota and the Twin Cities than it does in the Arctic Circle.
Over departure, push at 653.
Oh, nice. Look at that flex jet. Sporty departure. Now that was a lot of fun.
Instructions, right turn on Quebec, Gate Charlie 10.
Right turn Quebec, Delta 23.
Northwoods Mosquito, yeah. It could be the A330-300 now. Because first I heard that it was going to be the 767 on the route to OGG on December 19th, but we'll see what happens. I'll have to go home and look at the flight booking information.
4043 traffic, flying up to the parallel.
So our managing producer, Michael Artson, says the 767 winglets are 11 feet tall. 11 feet tall. That's a pretty sizable aircraft part right there.
49, Minneapolis ground.
And it looks like that particular aircraft that has just come in from Atlanta will be going back. Although, of course, they're going to be late because of the late arrival. They had a scheduled departure time at 4:30 to do their turn around and head back. Obviously, that's not going to happen. And as a heads up, Alex, their estimated updated time of departure to go back with their late arrival in mind is about 6:05. So in about an hour.
42 departure headed Delta, get a ground point.
That's what I was just trying to dig into.
Left start off via Quebec. The opposite direction will be pulling into Gate Charlie 10. Give way to them, I'll have more.
Alright, 30 left via Quebec, give way to 1 Charlie 10,
That's 4169. Once they turn into Charlie 10, attack via Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
30 left via Quebec, Charlie Alpha, 4169.
4284, Minneapolis ground taxi via Charlie, pop at the gate.
Pop at via Charlie.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the aircraft viewing area. I'm Alex. It's RJ, and so great to be with you today. It's a wonderful day plane spotting. Thanks so much for tuning in to MSP Airport Live here on this Tuesday. We'll be live tomorrow as well. Can you believe it?
2 days in a row. Heck, why
Of
not?
amazing weather. Why not?
Why not?
So about that 767 arrival. Hopefully we start seeing a little bit more Delta 767 now. I think it's not too often that we get those equipment upgrades or equipment assignments, but that does happen from time to time on the nonstops from Atlanta.
Well, it can happen almost at any time. I've had it happen domestically. Out of Phoenix once, it was a variant change from, like, say, an A330-200 to a 300 or vice versa.
Yep.
So they'll do that too, even though it's the same aircraft type. It's just a dash this to a dash that. So
Jaden says, can you turn a 767 in an hour? Well, I think it just depends on load factor. I think a combination of different things.
And it might depend too, you know, I'm sure the crew was already, you know, waiting to get on it. That's going to take it back to Atlanta. They're already there waiting to get on. It's just a matter of deplaning everybody, getting all the luggage off, probably grooming the airplane, you know, getting it loaded back up. They could probably do it. It'd be pretty close.
All right, Chase Tuna 9, thanks for the heads up. We have 4 sets of parallel landings lined up. Oh, we got a departure here. So they are headed to Newark.
Yeah, 3681 from left, heading 260, set departure.
260, departure, prepare for 60. I will cut the corner.
Yeah, and our Metroliner that we just saw a few minutes ago, along with the 76 as they were pulling off the runway, is now airborne, headed back out to Thief River Falls. I got to thinking, Alex, I wonder, the pilots that fly those, I wonder how much they do on a daily basis.
Well, I'm sure they probably do quite a bit.
Lots of takeoffs, lots
Yeah, they're
of
in and out of here quite a lot throughout the week.
Short of the United pushback, they're pulling out of the Echo gates now.
Busy
Give way to the
logbooks.
exiting Embraer, and then you can go wide around United. Rejoin Quebec, Charlie, and Alpha.
Alright, we'll hold short as the pushback United, and we'll head over behind.
2568 Heavy from Louisville is in set number 4 for arrival. Thanks, Chase 2-9 for the heads up on that.
Travis 3517 Minneapolis ground, taxi via pop to the gate.
Northwest Mosquito, yes, the A330-300s are loaded in the Delta system. Even more so the A330-900neo. It's impressive how many A330s that Delta has.
4043, you'll see him here in a sec. I'll call a little bit closer. You're going to give way
You want
to
another UPS?
Embraer. They'll be turning on taxiway Charlie.
Absolutely. Is that them?
2568 is approaching 4 minutes out.
4 minutes, okay.
I'm thinking, okay, we have
3781 Minneapolis Airlines 29087.
Delta 2647 that has just touched down from San Diego. Then they are going to be followed by American Eagle, operated by Envoy, flight 3781 from Chicago O'Hare. And then our inbound approaching UPS, flight 2568 from Louisville will be behind them, and they are 3 minutes out.
All right.
Travis 4169, the American painted Embraer will give way to you.
Travis 4169. Ground out 2647, clearing at Charlie, parking Golf 22.
Delta 2647 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha to the gate.
Gate out 2647.
The gate.
Up to the gate.
And with the parallel arrivals with the inbound UPS flight, they're going to be coming in side by side with an inbound arrival from Salt Lake City on the north side, Delta 2936.
All right.
It's
a 767 kind of day today at MSP for Tuesday.
4169, been instructions, turn left on Bravo at the tunnel, rejoin Alpha.
Keep in mind, we also have a FedEx 767 that's due in later tonight. FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis. David Hermanson, so great to have you on board today. Happy Tuesday. Just checking in from Hudson, Wisconsin. Looking forward to the LA show. I'm looking forward to it as well. RJ, David, I'll tell you what. I cannot believe it, but it's a week away. My flight to Los Angeles is a week away. My goodness.
Are you packed yet?
Well, I will be spending the weekend packing, that is for sure. So when we get done with our show on Saturday, and that'll be Saturday this week, so we'll
hotel and runway 22.
be doing one more live show on Saturday.
Okay, Charlie Hotel, runway 22,
before
short club back on board.
We go to LA. Of course, we're doing one tomorrow. I forgot to mention that. So 2 more live shows at MSP before our triple header over at LAX. All right, everybody, here's UPS 2568 now arriving from Louisville.
Over 50-20 minutes per test open position. 3010, test 16, and 30 left, clear to land.
Boy 3781, give way to that United turning out off of your left and turn right, turn go back into the gate.
All right, give way to United from the left, and then, from the right, and then go back to the gate on board. Delta 2936 with you on Mike for fun.
2936 Minneapolis ground taxi via Mike 6, cross runway 4 and Delta into the gate. Give way to that United off your left.
All right, UPS 2 for 2 on taxiway Mike. Let's go.
2936, that's all correct. United will be turning on the Charlie intersection, so you just go behind them.
We'll go behind United on Charlie Delta 2936.
All right, 2 for 2 on taxiway Mike UPS with the arriving heavies today from Chicago, Rockford, and now just from Louisville, taking taxiway Mike.
So 407, turn left onto the runway, cut a ground plane on here.
Now left on the runway, ground plane man southwest. Ground southwest, 407, left of runway, going to gate, hotel 13.
Southwest 407 Minneapolis ground taxi via runway 4 and Tango into the gate.
Runway 4, Tango to the gate.
Matt Flynn, hey, thanks so much for tuning in today. This is checking in from Bemidji, Minnesota. Thanks so much for tuning in today, man. Happy Tuesday. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Tyler Lucas says, hey, thank you for the stream today. Well, thank you for tuning in, Tyler. Always great to have you on board. Happy Tuesday, by the way. Marcus Ice, 5400. Hey, thanks for tuning in as well. Looking forward to the triple header at LAX. I'm excited as well. We will be overwhelmed with how much variety and how much we have to pick from when it comes to heavies. Nate Lindemann, so great to have you on board today. Says, oh, did we cross the 14,000 subscriber milestone? I guess we did. All right. Here we go. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in and for supporting the channel through just subscribing for those notifications, also through memberships as well, also for the gifted memberships today. Kiwi Does Stuff. Thanks so much for sending those 10 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. Got to celebrate that here today. Also, Shad sending 5 earlier. Thanks so much for the support as well. Airbus Ace with the $10 super chat. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for supporting MSP Airport Live today. And it has gone a long way in supporting our LAX trip. And because of you, everything is officially covered. And we're going to do our best to make sure to capture the magic of LA for you.
Thanks to Peter.
Yes.
Peter and Josh.
Yeah, Peter and Josh. Big thanks to them. Wonder if they're tuning in today. Peter and Josh, are you lurking?
See if they pop up in the chat.
Yeah, it's been really nice conversing with them. They're so great to work with, and just as plane spotters and as people, the passion really comes through. You know, talking about aircraft. You know, Josh and I, we were conversing on Saturday after his show. We were on the phone for I think 3 hours. Yeah, enjoyed connecting and enjoyed every second of it. And they are super great to work with, professional. Yes, Prime 3170 says checking in from Chaska. All right, got some West Metro representation tuning into the live chat today. Love the channel. Well, thank you. Looking forward to seeing you out at MSP again soon. Yes, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be on the air Saturday here at MSP. So I think we got a couple of live shows before LAX tomorrow and Saturday, in addition to today. Steve, thanks so much for the kudos. Yeah, I guess we crossed the 14,000 subscriber milestone. That is amazing.
I knew we were getting close.
Yeah, we have an amazing community, and it's going to be interesting to see just how much the channel grows and how much more we're going to be able to continue to do with the live spotting. Mike, Fly Minnesota, is checking in from Badgley, Minnesota. Hey, welcome, Mike. So great to have you on board today. Boy, it's really a fantastic Tuesday for live spotting out here from the Twin Cities Aviation Mecca of MSP Airport. If you're just tuning in, welcome, everybody. Alex Renning alongside RJ Bean. Happy to share the spotting adventures with all of you, and big shout out to our mods. Also, Trevor the Aviator is spotting with us today and in person, but he has to go somewhere else.
74, turn right at Delta, cut a ground point 9.
Red Delta, ground point 9, square 7974.
Blue Streak 5455, runway 30 right.
So with the LA trip, we are so stoked to be working with our friends over at LA Flights Live.
Ever 5020, join back to the gate.
And we really want to thank them for their support and for helping us get situated at LA and to make sure that it's a good time, because that is so kind of them, just beyond generous, and we want to thank them heavily for that. So if we can thank LA Flights Live in the live chat, let's do so, because that's something that you don't see every day.
Oscar 3974, meant instructions. You'll still give way to the American ahead. Then left turn Charlie 5, Charlie and Papa into the gate.
Behind the American, Charlie 5, Charlie, Papa to the gate. Go 3974.
6, MS Delta to the gate, monitor, point 9.
West Delta to gate, monitor point 9, southwest 1966.
Okay, thanks. They are detecting
Matt,
that now.
that's a good
Straight
question.
into Delta.
Says, what time does the MSP to Bemidji flight take off this evening? Is that for Bemidji Aviation, or is that one of the regional flights from Endeavor?
5 mile final.
Yeah, I just happened to be checking in on the flight I came back home on from Denver back on the March 4th. They're late today.
All right. Sarah, thanks so much for tuning in today. Says big thank you to Peter and Josh.
Booster 5455, give way to the exiting CRJ.
All right, looking for that FedEx arrival. It looks like they were on time with their departure on... Well, hang on.
All right, Matt Flynn, thanks so much for the confirmation. It says would be Delta, I believe. Okay.
Turn 260 over, departure sky was 4169.
All right, so the FedEx inbound flight from Memphis, it looks like it was delayed by an hour with their departure.
Not right now, I expect my 30 right.
Estimated arrival 6:38.
Oh yeah, that's well within our bracket of coverage today, so we'll definitely have that.
So
It's actually probably a little bit better that their departure got pushed back, because I think we'll get a little bit more of that later evening sunlight.
So they had about a 27. They're 27 minutes out of Memphis. They're due in here in an hour and 16 minutes.
33011, gust 16, trim 30 left, clear the land.
And I'm gonna check back in on 170, see how they're doing.
0 and contact departure.
5260, departure United 658.
Karen Glenn, thanks so much for tuning in. This is morning from Melbourne, Australia, 8:22 a.m. Wednesday here. Love watching this, as my sister lived in Pine Island, Minnesota for a year in 1980 and graduated high school there as an exchange student. Wow, thanks so much for sharing that. That's so cool.
That's down in the Rochester area.
Yeah, greetings. Well, happy Wednesday to around where your neck of the woods is. Hope your Wednesday is off to a great start. Well, it'll be Wednesday around here in the Twin Cities before we know it tomorrow. So we're going live tomorrow in addition to today. We have to catch KLM at least once this week, I think. Airbus Ace says, thank you, Peter and Josh. You guys are incredible, and I love watching your show, as do we on MSP Airport Live. Airbus Ace also says, such a great plane spotter streaming community. It is. Yeah, we happen to have a lot of folks that tune into LA flights. Also watch us. We're incredibly thankful for that. We watch LA flights as well. I was watching Josh do his thing yesterday. Cured my case of the Mondays, because it was rainy and miserable around here, and ugh, it was not ideal weather by any stretch of the imagination. If you wanted to go outside and do something,
I didn't even want to do that. I just stayed home. I mean, yeah, it would have been nice, you know.
Boy, that LA sunshine and plane spotting perked me right up.
Yep. Well, when it rains, I call it, if I go out in it, I call it getting a free car wash.
Yeah, Tyler Lucas says, that's really cool. Thank you, LA Flights. Neil with an important bulletin here for us. Thanks for the heads up, Neil. Says Alex and RJ, keep an eye out for Delta Connection SkyWest 182 Juliet Delta 4005 about to depart Winnipeg from Minneapolis, performed by a 3-year-old Embraer E175LR. Registration November 326 Sierra Yankee. All right. EJM 1701, thanks for tuning in today. This is checking in from Atlanta. All right. Great show, guys. Well, thank you. Happy to put it on for you today. LA Flights was here last month, and I finally met Peter. I know Peter isn't Peter cool? Peter's so great to work with. And I know that he's taking a little sabbatical from streaming at the moment because I know that he had some stuff to take care of, and wish him the best in doing so. It's also great because we get to see a lot of Josh, too. I know that Josh had to take a step back to address some personal
73,
things, but good to know that he is
Delta,
back in the rotation.
Kilo 3, cross runway 4, correction, cross runway 17.
All right, I don't know if this
Lima,
has changed from
4.
earlier. Estimated arrival of 170 is at 6:34. Current time here in the Twin Cities is about 5:30. So about an hour and 5 minutes.
.673, give way to the exiting company Airbus.
Oh, wow, Karen.
Give way to exiting company.
Yikes. Yeah, the winters up here are no joke, and they're certainly not for the faint of heart. I mean, streaming out here in the winter is just so difficult sometimes. So I was born and raised here in Minnesota, so I'm used to the brutally cold weather. It's not so much the cold as it is the wind chill. I think that's the big thing that just really bothers everybody up here when it comes to the winter months. It's not the cold, it's just the wind chill.
2327 Minneapolis ground taxi.
That's the big thing. So, I mean, if it was sustained winds of about maybe 10 knots or greater, depending on what the temperature was, yeah, I was probably going to pick a different day to stream.
3 hold short taxiway November.
Snow?
Please.
Not a problem. Love snow.
Sunny 3 hold
Got a lot of de-icing as well.
Sun Country 3035 runway 30 right.
We have a pretty close spot
at
the viewing area to catch de-icing in action.
17 and
here, I'll go show you where de-icing typically happens.
Runway 30 left.
So the 12 right de-ice pad is just right across the south parallel runway over here. So we can't see it. There are a bunch of different de-ice pads over here in front of MSP Tower. There's MSP Tower. Big shout out to our wonderful ATC controllers today. So the de-ice pad continues down a ways, quite a bit actually, and past the new fire station. So it keeps continuing down this way.
And Alex, I'll join in on you when it comes to the wind during the winters, because I don't like to be out in it when it's windy either. And as it comes to my, what I do on the side during the winter months as it relates to skiing, it's not fun riding the lifts too when it's windy.
Yeah.
And if the winds get too strong, ski resorts will put out a wind hold on their lifts because they become unsafe to ride because they can swing. So I do see somebody here. Was it Jason Jenkins? He says, I live here in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and grew up with my dad working for Northwest. I love plane spotting when I can. Where do you set up for these streams? So we are located at the aircraft viewing area at the very, very end of Cargo Road. So behind us is the FedEx and UPS cargo facilities.
So we are near the geographical center of the airport. I mean, that's kind of how centrally located we are. It teaches you to constantly have eyes in the back of your head because everything is from everywhere sometimes, and it just all happens at once. It seems that there's no particular manageable, steady flow. It's an avalanche of activity sometimes. Today it's been better paced. But yeah, thanks, Jason, for tuning in, and thanks for sharing. That's so cool. We love Northwest Airlines here. They used to be one of the world's largest airlines, a big powerhouse back in the day. Just imagine all those Delta tails. It was just a sea of red tails here.
I gotta say it, Alex. Red tails forever.
Red tails for life, you bet.
Go.
Alan Lee, ATC, says good evening from a pub in the northeast of England. Hey, Alan, so great to see you today. If you had wings, so great to see you today as well. How are we doing today? Happy Tuesday. Great stream as always. Well, thank you so much. Suggestion, not always, but it would be helpful to point out features to look for that distinguish one aircraft type from another. Airbus especially confuse me. Yeah, we can certainly keep that in mind.
552 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
You know, it would probably be a good idea, and I know that we've been kind of working on this in the back shop. So we used to do our spotter guides, but we are working to bring those back. And that is a little bit of a deeper dive, a sort of cutaway to a stat sheet of just about each of the different aircraft that we see at MSP Airport. That can kind of give you a good profile look at it and gives you some of the cool stats for nerds.
3978 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa.
So the Airbus aircraft that we...
Speaking of eyes in the back of our heads.
You are very correct, RJ.
I happen to be kind of turning around and looking around. It's like, oh, here comes a Smurf jet.
All right, Prime Air. Making their way on taxiway, Mike. I think this is the third Prime Air taxi the broadcast on Mike. We've had a lot of action on taxiway Mike today.
So where do you think this one is going? Without looking.
Well, let me think for a moment.
Mike, cross 30 left, and then Mike Papa, 335.
Now, by the way, RJ, you have that button on the bottom right on the sound pad, so if I get that incorrect, feel free to let me know.
Yeah, I always look forward to coming out here because now I get to push these buttons and make all these fun sounds come out, you know. Yeah, well, you know. Makes my day.
Let me guess. Fort Worth. Nah. Cincinnati? No. Okay, I'm going to cheat.
Okay.
I'm going to cheat.
Okay, you can.
Oh, I never would have guessed it's going to Baltimore.
Yep.
Okay, there you go.
Continue Mike Papa, 3035.
Third time's the charm with some cheats. Thank you, Flight Radar, for making me look not so stupid.
You know, well, yeah.
Matt, thanks for the heads up. The SkyWest flight to Bemidji, 9:30 this evening. Yeah, that'll be outside of our coverage window, unfortunately. If you had wings, yeah, I would kind of agree with that statement. It was much easier to identify aircraft back in the day because there's a lot of variety of aircraft types and liveries. So if you had wings, says in the old days it was so easy. Northwest had 747s, DC-10, 727s. North Central had DC-9s and Convair 580s. If you had wings, also says, and we didn't know or really care about anything else. We had some fantastic aircraft here. And by the way, this is a true fact. KLM, when they were flying here back in the day, they would bring their 747s here to Minneapolis from Amsterdam. Yep, that's a true fact. Big Blue has sent us the Queen once upon a time.
Bet that was quite a sight to see here.
Especially the Northwest 747s and then a KLM 747. And boy, it was busy here. And then, of course, you had the plethora of DC-10s. We're talking about maybe circa early 90s?
Oscar Colonel, number 2996.
Even just through the 1990s. Wow, it was a special decade here at MSP. Now, of course, you would have to wait until the early 2000s
2696 Minneapolis Tower, wind 30013.
for the 757-300s to start showing up. And it was very interesting, the 1990s, because you had these aircraft right here, the A320s, which, by the way, this is an ex-Northwest A320. You had these guys, the A320s. You also had some A319s sprinkled around the airfield with 727s, 747s, and DC-10s.
Oh my.
So you had a mix of the modern and the classic. That was such a fascinating time to be an av geek.
It's like lions and tigers and bears. Oh my.
No kidding.
Airplane version.
In fact, Northwest, speaking of the DC-10, they were the last major U.S. carrier to retire the DC-10 from passenger operations. They officially retired the DC-10s in 2007, a year before the merger. Yep.
Yeah, and I know we had somebody, was it mentioned earlier, about the latest with the merger with the Allegiant and Sun Country. It does take time when this sort of thing happens because, like, for example, back when the merger was first announced between Delta and Northwest, wasn't that like in sometime during the calendar year of 2008? And by the time it was totally complete, it was into 2010. And of course, the unfortunate sight of the red tails and the Northwest livery on the airplanes slowly faded off and into the sunset and repainted with the Delta livery. But in reality, there are quite a few original Northwest aircraft that are still out there flying with Delta today.
Alan Lee, ATC, so good to have you on board. It says good evening from a pub in the northeast of England. So great to have you on today, Alan. Not able to pull up comments here at the moment.
We gained about 200 feet.
But we see the live chat. I see the live chat right now, as a matter of fact. Of course, we'll give you a shout out.
And of course, Gordon's taking care of my red tails for me. Old reliable.
Charlie, cut back to the gate.
Oh, Neil, interesting. Thanks for sharing. So says Alex, I was born and raised in Africa.
2129.
Yeah, and I can tell you this.
Charlie, Quebec, Charlie,
After 12 years on the prairies, I love the winters here. There is nothing like the big blue and sunny skies after a proper winter storm. Yes. I will agree with that. Especially if it's a little bit chillier, you tend to get the sound carrying much farther than you do in warmer weather because the air is more dense. Sound can travel farther. And you hear things with the engines and the aircraft taking off and landing or taxiing. A lot more detail in the audio pickup during the wintertime versus the summertime. That's another hidden benefit of winter plane spotting. We've certainly enjoyed this past winter.
Well, you know, Alex, I know sometimes when I've been moderating a chat from home and I'm not out here helping you in person, and I've made comments about hearing some of the departures climbing out over where I'm at, and even though they are altitude-wise up where they are already, I can still hear them. And I'll be sitting inside my house and I hear them go over me. It's just like, who's that? So, of course, I'm real quick to grab my phone and open up my flight radar. It's like, oh, that's who that is. And, of course, the closer they are to me, the louder I hear them. Even though I'm sitting inside.
Got to pull out the sky cards, too, at some point. I would think you would have to do that.
You want to know something? I've actually picked up a few from sitting inside my house, even though I'm not outside to use my phone to be able to see them. They still show up, and it still lets me capture. You know, it might be a little bit of a rougher catch, depending on how far out they are. But I've tried it and said, oh, this is interesting. I thought you had to be outside and, you know, you had to use your phone to be able to more visually, you know, have sight of the airplane that you're trying to catch. It's like, nope. I just happened to try one day just to see what would happen. Just like, oh, this is interesting.
Delta 2696. Exiting the south parallel. They are arriving from Tampa.
2696 Minneapolis ground taxi via
I think
Mike,
there's our
Quebec
Prime
to
Air
the gate.
737 that we saw on taxi on Mike earlier, making
Making
their way over to the north side for departure. They're off to Baltimore. Now, back in 2022, we actually used to get daily 767-300 freighters from Baltimore that would head back out to Wilmington, Ohio for Prime Air. I think that was just before Sun Country took over the Prime Air cargo contract. So the 767s that we used to get, they would show up in the earlier afternoon, I think maybe around the 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock hour, if I'm not mistaken. But Air Transport International would operate those.
Envoy 4043, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
We have a plethora of arrivals that are making their way inbound to MSP at the moment.
Runway 30 right, your line. 46, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
So lined up for our final approach is Delta 2910 from Indianapolis. We've got WestJet 1900 coming in from Saskatoon. Delta 2673 from Houston. Delta 2981 from Atlanta. Delta 1343, that's a 757-300 from Fort Myers. That'll be making their way in. Delta 914 from Los Angeles. Delta 2877 from Denver. And Delta 2078 from San Francisco. So also stick around on the broadcast tonight. We'll have more heavy action as well. Still awaiting the arrival of FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis, Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul. That's with the A350. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to check out and see where 170 Heavy is. Oh, there they are. They are due in 50 minutes from now. Well, actually, make that 49. So I want to ask our audience here, will we have a brief break in the action? Who's excited for LA?
509, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Who's excited for LA? I think it's also a good time to do some show and tell, too.
Moving, reference them. You join Quebec, cross runway 4 to the gate.
Till 2696, Quebec, cross 4, reference Alaska into the gate.
All right, so our spotting friend John actually developed some pictures for us
Tower Delta 2673, visual 301.
from his
2673
trip over to Japan.
Winds are 31010, runway 30 left, your line.
Runway 30 left, Delta.
So we're actually going to show those two here.
WestJet 1900 Minneapolis Tower, wind 31010, runway 30 right, your line.
Can you guess where this is?
No brainer on that one.
Yeah, Mount Fuji. Look at that.
Snow on the top.
There you go. Look at that photo. How awesome. So that's the first photo here. There's one more. Can't tell where this one's taken from. You guys might have to help me out on this. So there we go. It's outside one of the temples. Really cool. Look at that. And then I think here's the exterior shot of the structure. All right, look at that. How cool is this? John, thank you so much for gifting these to us. These are amazing. I'm gonna have to probably get some of them framed here.
Runway 4043, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta.
So how about this for a really cool landscape shot here?
Yeah, I like that one.
This one here. What do we think about this one? This is really cool. You got the mist and everything.
Makes me want to go
right
for a hike.
here.
Go hiking.
46,
Exactly.
Get
out.
30 right, taxi via
Yes. That was a really cool shot with the water. I like this one too here. This is a pretty cool photo. You got a little black and white
Tower,
photo
good
here.
afternoon.
Got some
Delta
noir
2981. We are
vibes from this.
7 miles.
Look at that.
Forward, 30 left.
2981 Minneapolis Tower, 13106, runway 30 left, your line.
Clear to land. 30 left, Delta 2981.
All right, so I think
Delta
here's another
29, turn
temple
left, contact ground
or
point
another
enter.
building. Look at that. This is a really nice sunny day too. I like this photo here. This side profile of the
Winds
building.
at the field, 3106.
Then I think there's a couple more photos here.
2910 Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa, pull
I
in
think
behind
it's,
the American Embraer off your right.
Actually, I think that's about it.
Papa behind the Embraer now on the left side.
So thank you, John. Got a little photo tour from Japan. So we do have a nonstop from Minneapolis to Tokyo. That's Delta 121 Heavy. The return is Delta 120 Heavy. So that service is operated with the A350-900 in both directions.
C360 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
There's Delta 2673 coming in from Houston.
Transition over to Papa.
So what do we think of our little show and tell, everybody?
1343 Minneapolis Tower.
That was really cool. Yeah, let's give a big thank you to John for sending us those pictures.
2673, turn right, contact ground point enter. Off to the right, ground point enter.
North Midwest Buzzsaw, thanks so much for tuning in to our show today. It says Japan is on my bucket list. Those photos are beautiful. They are.
2673 Minneapolis.
Japan is on my
taxi
bucket
via
list
Delta,
as well
Papa
for
to the gate.
the aviation, for also the train stuff. Also want to visit some of their amusement parks as well, ride some of their roller coasters. Japan is a stunning country.
Oscar 509 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line up the wait.
And the link that Northwest Airlines provided between the United States and Japan
Left Charlie 5, Charlie Papa to the gate.
was so big in opening up
push approved.
the Japanese and really just the Asian gateway to the United States back in the day. And Northwest ran that route like a champ all the way to the end.
WestJet 1900, turn left, contact ground point enter.
Northwest, they also had an outpost at Tokyo Narita.
Hello, WestJet 900, Papa 8.
WestJet 1900 Minneapolis ground to confirm gate Gulf 10 today.
As far as we know, it's Gulf 2.
North Midwest Buzzsaw says all of that and the
1900,
food.
Taxi right turn on
Absolutely.
Papa, join runway 2
You won't go hungry.
and Alpha to gate Gulf 2. If
Oh,
want
you
to
will be
double check on
fed
that
well.
Okay, we'll let you know. Papa, runway 22, Alpha.
So one of our
WestJet
moderators,
900.
Trevor, actually recently went to
The
Japan.
runway, please continue, join Papa.
He had a wonderful time over there in Japan. So he said Japan is amazing.
2981, turn right, contact ground
It's an
point enter.
amazing place to visit. Visited Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya as well.
Then you can join Papa.
Got him inside, Wilco. Join Papa, Delta 2663. Ground up 2981, off at 30 left for Gulf 21.
Delta 2981, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha to the gate.
Off to the gate, Delta 2981.
takeoff.
Sarah says, I'm excited for Imperial Hill. I am too, by the way. We got Alaska departing north side here. Let's go catch that. Also, Alicia Johnson says, I'm excited for LA. So we'll be at Imperial Hill and Economy. We just don't know where we will be on what days. So it's going to be sort of a toss-up when we are in Los Angeles, kind of shifting back to the whole LAX spotting topic.
1500, you'll see an exiting 75 in a few seconds here off runway 30 left. Give way to them.
Okay, we'll give way to the 75. Let's jet 1900.
Alright, we're about to get a pencil arrival from Fort Myers, Delta 1343 at 75 300, former Northwest Red Tail.
18, runway 30 left, go ahead.
Oh, nice landing. A little bit of a floater there before touchdown, but nice and smooth. Well done.
First steps on runway 30 right via Delta and Papa. Thank you.
Spotted Mike, ground point 9, 43. Ground Delta 43, exiting 30 left at Mike for Golf.
Delta 1343 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4, WestJet gives way to you.
Cross runway 4, taxi via Alpha, number that, Delta 1343.
There we go. Gord using our 757 emojis. Jason Jenkins, it's actually a good question. Says, any idea where the heavies boarding at the end of Concourse F are departing for this evening? That's a good question, actually.
Well, one of them over there is that 767 that came in earlier from Atlanta. They will be going back to Atlanta when they push for their departure. So that's one.
Minneapolis, altimeter 2996.
Yes, we're going to let the 757 pass through frame, so that flight from Fort Myers now exiting to the right of the screen. So there's that 767 right there at F Concourse, headed to the right. So I think they're headed back out to Atlanta, you said, RJ, correct?
Yes.
All right, here's WestJet Flight 1900 from Saskatoon. They have to clear customs, so they have to come over to the south side of Terminal 1 and have everyone disembark so they can clear customs. So in Saskatoon, there's no pre-clearance, so they got to get checked out here at MSP. Now, normally WestJet is on the north side, but if they need customs, they will come over to the south side of Terminal 1. And that's exactly what WestJet 1900 is doing. It'll be interesting to see if they actually have to move the aircraft to the C concourse, where WestJet typically has their flights go in and out of. So why is WestJet here, you might be asking? Well, they have a code share with Delta, which is the primary reason why they're here. And they have pretty good service between the Twin Cities and Canada. In fact, we actually have a much stronger WestJet presence than we do Air Canada.
Ground Delta 2843, we're joining Papa, J Charlie 1.
Delta 2843 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
30 days via Papa, cross runway 4, Delta 2843.
Tom Carrington, hey, great to see you today, Tom. Says, hello, everyone. To the MSP Airport Live emoji as well. Happy Tuesday, Tom. So great to see you today.
Runway 4, contact ground point under.
Runway 4, right turn over to Graphic, 914.
Here's Delta 914. They are arriving from Los Angeles. Boy, getting the LA conversation sparked again. Has me excited. I'm a little bit nervous, though, too, just because we want to make sure that everything goes well and that we
runway 4K
get everything packed the right way. But overall, it's going to be a great trip. I'm so excited to be taking the channel and you guys with us to Southern California. All right, Gordon, thanks for the update. The AMS heavies board on Concourse F. Delta 164 from Amsterdam out of gate Fox 14. I think the Dublin flights, also with the 330, have departed from Concourse F as well.
That's what I was thinking, that other heavy.
Yeah, I'm thinking one of those is Delta 162 that will depart later tonight, right at the very end of our show to AMS.
Yeah, actually, we've got one here. I'll give them a call. We had just got a message that was Gulf 10, but we'll double check here.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe what they're going to do is actually reposition that one. If that is the case, then I will park you somewhere downfield. But let me know what they say.
We'll let you know then.
Okay.
Delta 2078 Minneapolis Tower, wind 31013, runway 30 left, go ahead.
Well, it happens. Now, we catch a lot of interesting conversations on the scanner here on frequency.
That's 4301, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
So we listen to tower and we listen to ground as well.
That's 8 push approved.
So we're on the ground frequency right now. 121.9er, and then it's tower 126.7.
Right, taxi via Papa, because behind the CRJ, leaving Bravo 10.
Sarah says, I think the in and out spot will be cool. The planes roaring overhead instead of in the distance. Unfortunately, that's not one of the places that we are planning to go live from, but we are going to be doing some spotting over there with the cameras, and we'll capture some LAX footage from that vantage point.
So, Alex, I'm assuming that in and out is not limited to California, because
You would be correct. They have in and out in Arizona and Nevada as well.
I think in Dallas also, because I have somebody that I'm Facebook friends with who has recently just posted about treating herself to a meal at a in and out somewhere in Dallas.
Yeah, they're continually making their way further to the east.
We need one here.
Well, in and out, it'll probably never happen because in and out, and I really agree with this way of doing business. My personal preference being closer to their supply chains, ensures better quality of the products, and better consistency. And in and out,
yeah, it looks like they're pushing.
they are a cult classic for a reason.
Are going into Gulf 10. So can we just pull ahead and then,
So the thing that I'm getting when I go to In and Out, double, extra crispy fries, and then maybe a milkshake.
You're making me hungry.
Do you have lunch?
I tried.
Right, Alpha 2. We'll turn
I just made a stop for coffee. That was about it.
I'm not a huge lunch person, but knowing that I was going to be out here to help you out today, and by the time we get home later tonight, I said, yeah, you better have a little something.
There you go.
By the time I got home from dealing with the car.
But Sarah, going back to your comment, yes, that is a wonderful spot to watch aircraft fly overhead. We're going to get some stunning videos and photos from that location that we'll certainly try and share with you if we have a spare moment. And we're going to try and use most of our time to broadcast or even help our friends out at LA Flights. But we're just, at this point, even though that we're a week out, we're still trying to finalize some things, but we should know more details closer to our departure time on May 5th to LAX.
Delta 2078, turn right, say runway 4 is available. Contact ground point enter.
Turn on the runway and runway 9 posted.
So Trevor says when it comes to where In and Out is located, so they start out at Colorado and go westward. Okay.
Gus 4301, contact departure, good day.
Also, there's a lot of locations around the Dallas area, too. I'm sure they're giving Whataburger a run for their money. You know, I've never had Whataburger. It's okay, but I much prefer In-N-Out, though. There are some people down in the Dallas area in Texas that just love Whataburger. Now, if there's anything comparable to, let's say, In-N-Out or Whataburger, what do we have up here in Minnesota, you might be asking? Well, My Burger. That's actually a really good place to get smash burgers and things like that. They remind me a lot of In-N-Out.
Over takeoff. Gus 43, no problem. Cancel takeoff clearance and just plan on going after the 7-1. Gus 4331, turn right heading 360, fly north, contact departure.
All right, I've got a CRJ departing on the north parallel.
So, Alex, regarding that WestJet,
All right.
you see where they've gone?
I think so.
Is that they have a departure? Because it still shows on flight radar that of their arrival coming in from Saskatoon.
It's an arrival. It's...
But why did they go park and sit down where they're at? Curious minds.
Holy buckets, they're all the way down there.
Yeah, they're way down there. So they're not going to a gate on the G concourse to take care of their customs with their arrival from
I was like,
Saskatoon.
wait a minute, like where did they go? And
Now you found them.
yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering where they went off to. They got put in timeout. Naughty WestJet. Just kidding.
Not even a 2-minute minor for roughing.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, I just happened to be looking down in that direction because that's just kind of where I've been faced, don't mind my back faced to you all the time. And it's just like, what are they doing down there? Because I guess, this is the direction that our arrivals and departures are coming at us from, so
Yes.
that's part of the reason. And then looking over at T2 on occasion, it's a little bit quieter over there today because it's one of the quieter days of operations for Sun Country. We do have a couple of Southwest aircraft over there, and it looks like one of them is just pushed. So...
Jason Jenkins says 4x4 monster style for me, please, with the In-N-Out. Oh, I got to tell you a funny story about this. This is back in 2022. A couple friends of mine, we were going on a mileage run. My buddy had to keep his status on American, and we had layovers in Dallas and Las Vegas. We got out in Las Vegas with a rental car because we wanted to go to the airplane shop, get ourselves maybe a model or so, and went to In-N-Out because, hey, it was dinner time and we wanted to get some In-N-Out. That's exactly what he ordered. But in trying to catch our connecting flight to Phoenix where we would return home, we had to run through the terminal because we got confused as to which shuttle bus to take from the parking garage back to the terminal, and we missed that, and ooh, we were cutting it close before the doors would close just prior to departure. And so we had this large 4x4 monster-style burger, and now he's got to bolt through Harry Reid International Airport just so we could make our gate, and he was huffing and puffing by the time he got to the gate where we boarded our flight for Phoenix. And I had told him, don't, take it easy, don't load up on too much food.
Number Victor Charlie Yankee, reference the descent. Do you need S turns for the south? Delta 1819, turn right, contact ground point enter.
2.9.
All right, looks like we got a 330-900 Neo that's going to get reassigned to possibly a different gate, or maybe just take it over to parking. And I think they're going to take it over to parking because they are pushing the aircraft back for
heavy, ready for tow.
a possible tow towards the threshold of 30 left. There's a hangar down over there.
And just as a heads up, Alex, I've been kind of hearing something that could be along the sounds of our C-130s.
Park 8, I'm not sure if you copy that. Go down to Alpha 2 to turn into
So,
East Bay.
I don't know if there's something going on over there where they usually are parked
At 1900, taxi to Bravo.
not. So,
That's a pretty good observation point as well. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Going to the Alpha.
in case we have some unsuspecting activity coming from them.
Right. Ground Southwest 3468 ready to taxi with Charlie.
South 3468, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey.
Delta Whiskey 30 left, Southwest 3468.
Ground 23, please.
23. Hotel Humphrey remote, taxi via Delta Charlie, control point 11.
Delta Charlie, control point 11, 23.
Delta 2059, future right, taxi via Papa. Southwest 3468, to the Learjet exiting at Delta ahead of you.
Okay, we'll give way to a Learjet exiting on Delta Southwest 3468.
Oh, wow, we got a Learjet exiting the south parallel. They're going to go to Signature. Look, they got the edge of the wing fuel tanks as well. Look at that. The reserve tanks. Super fine.
Don't see those very often.
I love the Learjets. The Gulfstreams are my favorite, but then it's the Dassault Falcon 50. And then it's a Learjet.
Oh, that could have been an interesting Sky Cards grab. I bet I didn't have that one.
This is a private owner. They're actually arriving from Dallas Love Field. It's a flight time of just under 2 hours and 15 minutes. So they made some pretty quick work of the flight north out of Dallas to Minneapolis today. Well, it looks like WestJet finally has a spot to go to over at Concourse G.
Yeah, maybe that's what they were waiting for. That's just where they were told to go.
Supercharge 6, monitor tower 12657.
Tower 12657.
Envoy 3781 departing for Chicago O'Hare with the E175.
Envoy 3781, contact departure, good day.
Over departure, I'm great with 3781.
So, Alex, the 7.6 that came in from Atlanta earlier that's turning around and going back, their transponder is on.
Ulp.
It's going to be Delta Flight 1028 heading back south.
All right, we should expect a 30 left departure. There's WestJet. Yay, they finally have a gate. I think that's where our 330-900 was moved from. So WestJet was waiting for Delta to get a tug over there to get that 330 out of the way. I think that's what happened. There you go. Woohoo! Now they can connect the jet bridge and everyone can deplane. Finally! Welcome to Minneapolis. WestJet 1900. They are inbound from Saskatoon. I hear C-130s, RJ. You are definitely onto something with noticing that.
That's why I keep looking over there in case I see something moving.
Sounds like a bunch of angry bees got let loose.
Because I was just to the north of here on Saturday morning when I did my 5K that I almost forgot about. And of course I had to keep looking up from over there because the 30s were active that day too, and as soon as they were rotating off the end here, they were making that right turn over into that area. And not as much water coming over the falls.
Roger, point in on the other side, check.
Of course, I had to go over and take a look and see how it looked with the flow coming over, and not as much before I got on the light rail to get back to where I had parked. That's part of the deal with that race. And that race operator, or race organizer.
Oh, I think they're going to put the 330 Neo in the hangar here. Maybe?
Ground Delta 2610, ready for taxi.
Oh, let's have a look.
And
Are they?
right, taxi via Delta, Papa, and
You gonna back it in?
We'll see.
behind this aircraft under tow that's passing after left.
Region right, Delta Papa.
That'd be super cool if they were able to do that, to back it in. I don't think so, though.
Bap,
No.
bap, 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 bap.
What are they doing with that over there? Oh, I think they're probably just going to back it into a space outside the hangar. It's kind of tough to tell what they're doing from this far away.
Yeah, I don't know if they got those doors open enough to fit it inside at the moment. They're opening the doors to back it in, and they just haven't got them all opened up quite yet. Those hangars have been down there for a long time.
They certainly have. Sean Ludke, thanks so much for tuning in today. Sean says that, oh my goodness, he's aboard our departing 767 to Atlanta. So Sean says, currently sitting on Delta 1026, waiting to depart for Atlanta and watching your stream. Hey, thanks for tuning in. We're excited to catch your departure. All right.
All right, well,
I love it when we got live viewers on board our departing or arriving flights.
If you by chance have a window seat on the left side, assuming that it'll be a 30 left departure, you'll see us. Zippity doo dah.
So North Midwest Buzzsaw said, Sean, have a great trip to Atlanta. We're going to echo that. Enjoy your time aboard the 767. It's an aircraft type I have not yet had the opportunity to fly on yet. Gordon says, probably not a good idea to add a backup alarm to the soundboard. Yeah, we're not going to be adding that. In all seriousness, no, we're not going to be adding that.
No, well, you've only got a review.
I only have so much space, and I want to save that real estate for the best ones.
2607 up tower, squawk 2427, 2427. 2607, company 6 mile final, if you're ready to go.
Oh,
nope, they're pushing.
No, that would actually be, I think, Delta 258 to
Is
Dublin.
it? Oh, okay. I got
Maybe?
excited. Yes. That is 258 to Dublin that is pushed.
Delta 4256 Minneapolis, need a push to the approved runway 30 left.
So look at that. We're going to capture the Dublin service bookends. We got the arrival earlier today, and now we're going to get the departure. I think our Dublin flights are going to be a daily thing, because I know that they were not daily, but I know during the warmer months of the year, Delta had it as a daily nonstop service last summer, and even parts of last spring, too, in 2025.
And I just got to thinking, I don't think we have icy today.
Yeah, we'll have Iceland Air tomorrow, I think. Oh.
I was right!
Yeah, there we go. There's one of our C-130s. There's actually two of them over there. So that's one. And there's the other. We got a C-130 duet over there. They're going to, I think, go for a north side departure.
And keep an eye on that. It was the A350 down there at the end. They're still kind of pulling it around down there.
Here, we're going to go take a look at that here. We're going to break from the C-130s and go check out what's going on over there in front of the Terminal 1 hangar there. What is going on there? Are they actually going to back it in?
I know that's what we were thinking.
That would be really cool to see. I don't think we get the opportunity to witness that from a distance too often.
And I wasn't sure maybe if they had the doors open enough down there to be able to do it, but maybe they do, maybe they don't, or maybe that's not what they're doing. Well, let's see what happens. The angle that we're at from down here.
Jessica, thanks so much for tuning in today. Says, hello, thanks for the stream. Well, you're welcome. We're going to be live on Thursday, flying from Salt Lake City at 2:25 p.m., April 30th. I'll tell you this. There is a slim chance, nonetheless, that we could be live on Thursday afternoon. No show expectedly on Friday. So we will have a live show on Saturday. No shows on Sunday or Monday. Air France starts flying to MSP on Monday, but I have to get ready for LAX the next day. So that requires a full day off before travel.
Skywest 3816, good way to the Airbus exiting runway 30 left.
Okay, what are the Airbus 30 left? That was pretty.
Hey Neil, thanks for sharing. Says Alex from the Boeing family. The 757 and 717 and the Boeing 787 are the ones that I have not yet flown on. And obviously the Boeing 707, I don't think either one of us are going to fly in a 707. Or even a 720, which is a shorter, smaller version of the 707. Which, by the way, Northwest did have 720s at one point throughout their history. Anyway, Neil says I've done the 727, 737, 747, 747 SP, oh wow. 767, the 777. The bucket list Boeing is the 757. We got to fly down to Minneapolis and then get a connecting flight to South Florida, maybe to Orlando, Central Florida, and go check out the 757-300, or hey, you can go out to LA or Seattle. Delta's now using the 753 on the Seattle route now.
Delta 2607, contact departure, good day.
Ticket 8 up at 2607.
Well, I got on the SP at Oshkosh last summer.
Oh, no. Sorry, I'm reacting to Sean's comment. Says the sync One of the sinks on the 767 over there is clogged.
Oh, no.
Ah, yuck.
Well, there's only one here, and that's the one going back to Atlanta.
Short of Whiskey 5, monitor ground 49.
On Whiskey, short of Whiskey 5, monitor ground 49.
Delta 2209, just be advised, due to the heavy tug crossing, expected dip in the glide slope. Power grid 5,
What are they doing?
In the signature, traffic light 3.
I don't know. Maybe they're going to be taking it over to Tech Ops on the south side of the field. I think that's what they're doing. I think they may have tried to see if they could have space to put it over there by Terminal 1. Maybe, that's what I'm guessing. Then, or I don't know, maybe they were a little confused. There could be a variety of different things. So I think they're just crossing the threshold at 30 left because they're going to join Whiskey here.
Coming back at us.
Yeah, they're going to come back at us, I think. I think that's where they're going to
continue via Alpha.
where they're going to take the 330-900.
Delta cross 30 left, continue via Alpha.
So we will keep our eyes on that estranged A330 Neo, I meant to say. Seems like it. Hey, Southwest, where are you going?
Let me
see where they're going to go. Yeah, it looks like they're headed to Denver. Flight 4256. I think they might be wanting a 30 left departure. We'll see if they make the right-hand turn on taxiway Alpha. And right on cue, they're going to make the right-hand turn on Alpha. And they're going to taxi down to 30 left here if they don't make a left-hand turn. On either a Bravo or Charlie, I think. Or Delta, beg your pardon.
So, Neil, I see in your comment regarding to the SP. So the one that I was on at Oshkosh last summer was not previously with African. It was with someone else because it still had the original mural in the very front.
258 heavy map star, no one's on final. From
And
your left, line up wait. Flight
used
for traffic
for
parallel.
testing with Pratt & Whitney.
Yes, Pratt & Whitney, Canada. That was so cool that you had that opportunity. I could have gotten that year, but something came up, I think maybe the week before.
Skipper 4 heavy, continue down Whiskey Delta, hold start 30 left.
I think that was also a pretty special year to be out at Oshkosh. I think that was the last year of the 810 Warthog demonstrations.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing them say that.
Give way to the Airbus
Bird.
When I happened to be over there for last year's event. Because I went over for a couple of days. And I timed it just right in regarding to be on that SP. That was the only aircraft that I waited in line to get on to see. There was one other one that I got in line for, but it seemed like the line was just really not moving for the time that I had spent standing in it. So I gave up on that one. And some of the aircraft that they had over there at the time I was there, I've been on before at Sun and Fun, which was just recently held down at the airport in Lakeland, just between Tampa and Orlando.
Yeah.
All right, there goes our pair of C-130s off on the north parallel, runway 30 right.
And the feature performers this year for the air show, mainly over the weekend, was the Thunderbirds.
At least a 10-mile final, runway 30 left, line up await.
Monitor down, flight 8.
And the last year I was down there, was able to go was 2022. And of course, treated myself to access to the 927 Club for the day. Which included my breakfast and lunch. And show center.
Oh, nice. Well, yours are estranged A330 Neo, not really.
Ah, she's out sightseeing MSP. What can you say?
3791, you'll give way to the aircraft under tow. That'll be coming across the Delta. They're going to be pulling into Fox 12 ahead of you.
I will give way to Delta.
The gate, monitor 49. 340, contact departure, good day.
Right 340, departure, good day, Delta 250 and heavy.
Pretty cool to hear the communications with our departure to Dublin and have them make that turn as they were instructed to do so.
Well, that A330neo had me distracted for a moment. Sorry about that.
Well, they're going in circles now. They're in a holding pattern here on the ground.
What?
Got 3816 at the departure.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, they might be taking the scenic route here or
Yes,
something.
because maybe they were waiting for the Dublin departure to vacate their gates.
left line, avoid traffic 6 mile final.
Could be it.
So they went sightseeing. That's what a friend of mine always used to say that worked on the ships with Holland America.
Yep.
When he would, I'd go pick him up and we'd be out doing stuff for a part of the day until they had to be back. And sometimes as he would see things,
Nice.
I'd say, oh, they're sightseeing. That was just him and his
It's
sense of humor.
A330neo going for a little ride. Going on the MSP Airport Safari.
Okay, so one stop in front of it, cleared, Charlie 5.
There you go. They're taking it to the end of Concourse South there. That's what they were doing. Okay.
Runway 30 left, take off. Got 3816, heading 260, contact departure, good day.
Heading 260, call departure, go 3838.
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
Yep. So now it makes sense they were moving it from Concourse G, that 330neo we saw go for a ride.
Heading 260, runway 30 left, over takeoff. Got 4010, ma'am, down runway 30 left.
So they were just taking the 330neo was getting a tow, taking the scenic route.
Southwest 4256, turn left heading 280, Davis frequency.
Left 280 with you, Southwest 42.
All right, RJ, what do you know?
Well, I just happened to turn and look to the south and kind of behind us, and I see something that got my attention real quick. It's 170.
Got 4010.
6 minutes out. She's on the downwind.
Push approved on my 30 left.
Push approved, 30 left, Delta 2773.
So I'm going to estimate that she's,
Okay.
at the moment, about number 4 for arrival. Unless anybody else sneaks in front of them. Actually, maybe third, because one of them is actually coming in on the north side.
Bravo, and then at Golf 3, join Alpha.
Bravo, Golf 3 Alpha,
Delta 1026, you can follow that 10-5. Left on Bravo, then at Golf 3, join Alpha.
Left on Bravo, and then Golf 3 join Alpha, Delta.
Boy, we've had a few rapid departures in pretty quick succession here over the last minute or two.
Got 4010 on the 280 heading contact departure. Good day.
And what do you know? Another 757-300. Nice.
The 1026 will amend that. You'll just give way to the Embraer exiting. So just continue Charlie Alpha behind the Embraer, and then still stay in line behind the 75.
Okay, continue Charlie Alpha, give way to the Emperor. flight Delta 1026. 3781, wind 320 at 14, gust 20, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, traffic's 2 out. 3650.
Look at that. Look at all those Delta tails in one frame. Look at that.
Tower Delta 2238, Mayhouse Tower number 2, wind 31013, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear to land. Number 2, runway 30 left, clear to land, Delta 20.
So the 330-900 Neo on the left over at the end of F gates. So it got moved from Concourse G. They went down towards the hangar, kind of did a do-si-do around there, and RJ and I thought, well, are they probably going to put it away? Nope, they were just going to take the scenic route to move it to Concourse F. Here's Aer Lingus departing off the North Parallel. MN Sports Fan 88, what's up? Happy Tuesday. Great to see you in here, buddy.
3791.
This is good evening, everyone. How are we doing on this beautiful evening? I'm doing wonderful. Having a great day today, spotting. Glad you could join us. Things just got really busy all of a sudden. Also, thank you so much for the kudos on the channel reaching 14,000 subscribers.
Continue down to Delta, turn right at Delta.
Happened last Saturday, I think, actually. So big thank you to everybody who's subscribed and tuned in to live spotting from the best seat in the house here in the Twin Cities for aviation fans at MSP's viewing area.
Bravo
4871, Minneapolis ground, taxi Delta, Papa, monitor ground point 8.
Delta, Papa, ground point 8, 4871.
Minutes out, Delta 170 heavy from Seoul with the A350 900. In fact, Delta 170 is making a left base for final approach right now as we speak.
Ground, power grid 5, death signature information, Papa, ready to go.
Power grid 5, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right.
I think there's going to be one more arrival here in front of Delta 170, and indeed, Delta 2238 now in view from Las Vegas. So they will precede our A350 arrival from Seoul.
Runway 30 left, clear to land. Left, clear to land, Delta 178. May I have Star, you up and ready? Ground Delta 2773, taxi.
Delta 2773, runway 30 left, taxi Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short of Bravo.
Charlie 5 Charlie, short of Bravo for runway 30 left, Delta 2773. For Charlie, contact ground point 9er. We got Delta and ground point 9er, good day, Delta 238. Power grid 5. Ground Delta 2238, Delta Fox 11.
Delta 2238, taxi Delta, hold short of Charlie 5. And actually, you know what, your gate is occupied. Can you still make the left on Bravo?
Yes, sir.
Delta 2238, left on Bravo, join runway 4. And
North Midwest Buzzsaw, yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Couldn't do it
Bravo
without
to,
everybody tuning in to MSP Live. This is all you guys.
Charlie 6,
With the growth of the channel and everything. So just a big thank you to you guys. You guys should be celebrating yourselves on the subscriber milestone achievement.
Power grid 5.
And we have really work hard to foster an incredible plane spotting community, and I think that we got that and then some. We have some fantastic people tuned into all things MSP spotting. So great to have every one of you on board today. It's a pretty interesting livery there on that biz jet.
Target 5 just passed behind the traffic out of the alley at your 12 o'clock there, and then continue Delta Papa, monitor ground, point 8.
Okay, we'll pass behind the traffic.
Okay, it's time to catch Delta 170 from Seoul.
Delta 268, may I have Star, you up and ready?
Give us just 1 minute for Delta 268.
Roger.
All right, everybody. One of our notable flights now inbound to Delta 170 with the A350 from Seoul Incheon.
2954 Minneapolis ground, push is approved, runway 30 right.
You're right, Delta 2954.
Delta 2773, continue via Charlie Alpha.
Charlie Alpha 30 left, Delta 2773.
Delta 574 Minneapolis ground, push is approved, runway 30 right, pushing 1 deep in the alley of 73, use caution.
268, runway 30 left, line up and wait, be ready, traffic's at 4 miles. Runway 30 left. Approved for 30 right now, about 63, may have tower number 2, traffic will hold in position, wind 31013, runway 30 left, clear 2 left. 170 heavy, turn right at Mike, and join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er. Mike Alpha, point 9er, Delta 170 heavy. No delay off, please. .268, fly runway heading, wind 310 at 13, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, traffic's 2 out. Takeoff 30 left, runway heading,
Minneapolis down, you can take via Alpha and cross the hold bar, but just stay short of the edge of runway 22. It's going to catch the heavy 76 output.
Okay, cross the whole bar, but hold short of the 22?
Yeah, just you hold short of the edge of the runway there. You can cross the bar though.
Okay, thanks. Delta 1028 heavy right there.
Delta 1028 heavy, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha and join behind the CRJ.
Alright, Alpha behind the CRJ.
All right, Delta 1028 heavy, now ready to taxi to runway 30 left, departing for Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson.
22 and behind the heavy, leave Fox 10, Delta 170 heavy. Turn left, heading 260, contact departure. Up 260 departure, Delta 2268.
All right, how about some 757 action to complement the A350 arrival from Seoul?
FedEx 798 heavy, may have tower number 2, wind 310 at 13, runway 30 left, clear 2 land. 2274, continue down to Charlie and
all right, everybody, we've got a couple of heavies to keep track of. FedEx 798s now cleared for landing on runway 30 left.
Right on runway 4 over to ground.
You ready to fly on that pencil, Alex?
Oh, you know it.
Fly runway heading, wind 31013, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Strap yourself in and hang on and enjoy the ride. Especially on takeoff.
2274, right turn Alpha, Charlie and Papa to the gate.
Alpha Charlie, Papa to the gate, Delta 2274.
2274, and I'm sorry, your gate's actually full. Can you still make that half left back onto runway 4?
Yeah, we could do that, Delta 2274.
2274, perfect. Back onto runway 4.
All right, there goes our 767 to Atlanta.
Runway 4. Your gate is still occupied. I'll keep an eye on it.
We got an inbound 767 from Memphis.
Hotel,
It's
2274.
FedEx 798 Heavy.
Was it Delta 574 ready or 2954?
574.
Okay, Delta 574 ready. 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa, monitor down point 8.
30 right, Delta Papa, and monitor pointing as we want 574.
Delta 2238, turn right, Charlie 6, hold short of Charlie.
Charlie 6 short Charlie, Delta 2238. And ground Delta 2954 is fine, 574 in the alley, ready to taxi Papa.
Delta 2954, thank you. Runway 30 right, taxi Delta Papa, monitor down point 8.
Hi, Delta Papa, ground point 30 right for Delta 2954.
All right, so this Airbus A220's got to get off without delay. Behind them, FedEx 798 Heavy coming in from Memphis. All right, nice work on the exits from the A220, and now FedEx 798 Heavy
Runway 30 left, clear to land.
has the runway.
Via Alpha, and you won't be able to pass the Heavy until they're fully into the gate.
Alright, Alpha to the gate, and we'll wait till it heads fully parked Delta 223.
Delta 7297, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left. Delta 2297, push approved, 30 left. Delta 2246, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push through 30 left, Delta 2246.
Thanks, and Delta 2246, as you push, you'll block gate Golf 14, I'm inbound for that one.
Do not block gate, Golf 14, Delta 2246.
Delta 2309, pushes approved, runway 30 left.
Approved 30 left, Delta 2309.
Delta 2297, are you up?
Actually, Delta 773, hold short of runway 30 left, landing traffic. Minneapolis Tower, number 2, wind 31015.21, runway 30 left, clear to land, traffic will hold in position. 798 Heavy, if you have the runway, turn left there on 22, otherwise Mike's available, taxi via Tango then to the gate.
Mike Tango to the gate, FedEx 798 Heavy.
All right, FedEx 798 Heavy going for the mic option. It's now 3 for 3, RJ, on mic taxis for all our arriving cargo heavies tonight. Excellent.
Ground Delta 2246.
Go ahead, Delta 2246.
Yeah, the Ram crew is incomfortable pushing us back without Golf blocking Golf 14 with Golf 17 pushing.
Okay, they are going to be in the gate here shortly, so once you're in the gate, then your push is approved, and then you can push whichever way you need, reference 17 pushing.
Roger, once Golf 14 is pushed through Delta 2246.
And I think you probably got it, but they're parking at 14, and it looks like they're almost in now.
Fantastic, thank you.
Go left line for late traffic, 4.5 hours. Load up 1603, visual 30 left. 1603 Minneapolis Tower, number 2, traffic will hold position. Wind 31014, gust 21, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, copy all, 1603.
Turn left at Delta, taxi to your gate, monitor ground, point 9er.
Delta to the gate, point 9 today.
So how about that, RJ?
I'm pretty quiet, aren't I? That's why, because I'm too busy watching them.
21, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Left heading 280, quick takeoff, 30 left, Delta 2773.
Also, don't forget, coming up, everybody, we'll have our 767 departing to Atlanta with one of our live viewers on board.
Yep, they're third in line for departure down there.
Well, there is Sun Country arriving from LAX. It's flight 424.
Delta 2145, limit 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 2145.
Delta 2309, 1930 left, taxi via Alpha.
Via Alpha, 30 left.
We had just parallel departures too, Alex.
Behind the Airbus leading gate.
Nice.
That's cool.
Around now.
Insight, we'll give way to Go 22 and follow them, Delta 2309.
Number 5110, wind 320 at
Yeah, that
14,
A220
runway 30
departure
left,
is
line up
headed
and
to
wait,
San
50.
Antonio.
All right, our next arrival, Delta from Harlingen, Texas.
Contact departure.
Flight 1701. Bingo. That is a smooth touchdown. I don't think I saw a lot of smoke.
Continue down to the runway, turn right at the runway and contact ground on point and niner.
Alright, we'll take the runway point 9, Delta 1701. About 1701, exit 22 here, going to gate Charlie 2.
Delta 1701, Minneapolis, contact via runway 4, hold short of Charlie 6. And if you wouldn't mind, just give your company a call and see if the gate's occupied. I do have outbound paperwork.
4 Sir Charlie 6, and we'll call the company, let you know, 1701. Got up 2246, ready taxi.
Up to 2246, 1930 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 2246.
All right, we've got another departure coming our way, Alex. Endeavor 5110 to Chicago O'Hare.
There they are. So the CRJ getting airborne just ahead of it arriving Boeing 717.
And they're coming in from St. Louis.
1020, is it possible to get about 60 seconds?
Copy that. 1930.
And then we'll see after that if we get our 76 out to Atlanta.
Did you guys see the cheek stamp just below the left side of the cockpit windshield array on the departing CRJ? It's kind of cool.
Delta 2274, your gate is Delta just beginning their push.
All right, priority arrival 717 time. So 717 ops greatly reduced in and out of MSP, so they're going to get notable tags from here on out expectedly. So I think Delta's starting to pull back 717 operations from here just because there are a lot of A220s that have taken over a lot of the 717 routes in and out of here. So unfortunately, the end is near for the 717 and Delta's fleet, so we're going to try and do our best to capture as much of the 717 as we can.
Short of the runway on the other side.
Short of the runway at which you want Delta 28 on.
Yeah, I think, Alex, here just in the last couple of days, I happened to grab my phone and opened up my Flight Radar 24 app, and I, of course, zoomed in on the airport here, and there were a lot of aircraft here that had their transponders on it. So I was kind of going around and playing with them to say what they were, where they were going, and there were a lot of them were 220s. That's, you know, within the last few days. You know, like since the last time I was out here.
They're going to wait for you, and they've got time on file.
Yep, United and American do not possess the Airbus A220 family here for mainline
And then you can
U.S.
continue clearing
carriers.
there on Delta and
So,
contact
oh,
ground point
heads up,
9.
Alex.
American Delta, ground point 9, have a great day, Delta.
Delta 1028 pulled onto the runway, and then they just immediately pulled right back off to our right. You can probably see them down there.
Yep, I noticed the exact same thing that you did.
Turn left heading 28030. Today, cut.
Left check 280, 30, left heading takeoff, Delta 2145.
Plus 2309, man power, and 30 left, modified weight, traffic at the market.
Modified weight 30 left, over 2309 will be ready.
1888, Minneapolis Tower, wind 320 at 13.
Oh, I think I know why, because they're gonna
Runway 30 left, clear
they're gonna send the Delta thank you livery ahead of it. Look at that, 391 Delta November, I think, is gonna be lining up
2982,
for
gates open.
departure.
All
Look
right.
at that.
So I want to grab them if I can.
Now, Delta 2982, taxi via runway 22 short of Charlie 6.
22 short of Charlie 6, Delta 2982. Delta 2485 to continue.
left, clear for takeoff.
Papa, thanks, Delta 2045.
Stay on the 280 heading this frequency.
All right, everybody, the Delta thank you livery is now departing.
Destination Delta in Quebec now current, altimeter 29906.
Yeah, nice to wait. Delta 1603, give way to the Airbus that's turning around directly off your right off of gate Delta 2, and then company head will be moving anyway, so it'll probably be just naturally clear up, but give way to the Airbus leaving gate Delta 2.
Copy, we'll give way to the Airbus at Delta 2 in the left-hand turn now. Delta
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
I'll give way to the Airbus left to right. Still left, Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
United 1237, just a few to get behind your tail, and then I'll fly you back for the push.
Oh, right, United 1237.
Guys, 5912, push approved on 930, right?
This is Delta 2145, 2145, contact departure.
That's going Delta 2145.
I got her.
2309 on the 260
Meaning I got some
heading,
pictures.
contact departure.
It's fast and furious around here again.
Charlie 6.
Had to step down real quick and save that highlight for our highlights package later this evening with 391 Delta November getting airborne. The Delta thank you livery.
280 in contact departure.
Heading 280 over to departure, Delta 2246.
Delta 756.
Also
man
keep in
power,
mind
wind
we still have
30
our
left, modified weight, traffic at the marker.
I was about to say FedEx 767, but that already came in. We have our Delta 767-300 headed back out to Atlanta here pretty soon. So they are queuing for departure here.
So 2297, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 30 left. Use caution, Gulf 21 is pushed.
So ATC is waiting to give them clearance to line up and wait and then depart because they need to have the correct spacing because that 767 will have some good old wake turbulence.
3 exiting, looks like no passengers.
All right, so they're going to send another one of the narrow bodies onto the runway to line up and wait for departure. Then I think we'll have one more arrival, and then it'll be departure time for a 767 to Atlanta.
2941 behind the Airbus. Taxi runway 30 right via Papa.
Papa 30 right behind you.
Delta 1603 is going to make sure you have room to get by, or do you want to let them go first off your right?
We'll let them go
Okay,
first.
so there's also an Embraer down there as well.
Okay, let Delta 2941, you're going to go first now, ahead of the 71, taxi
Well,
top, other way.
Delta 756 to San Francisco has rolled. And that's them there.
1683, Alpha Golf 21, we'll Texas, Quebec.
Delta 1683, runway 30
It is now
left,
non-stop
Alpha.
action here from MSP. Non-stop.
Delta 1683.
A couple more arrivals on final approach that we can see, coupled with the
Delta, just get in line behind.
myriad of departures waiting to get out of town.
Delta 2982.
United Delta 753. Delta 2107, pushes approved on 930 left.
Approved, 30 left, Delta 2107.
Right behind him is going to be SkyWest 3680 to Milwaukee.
30 at 15, runway 30 left.
Wasting
32
no
left.
time.
30 left, for Delta 605. Delta 368, 730,
Delta 368, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Mike Hotel Bravo, cross runway 4.
Mike Hotel Bravo Cross.
Copy with that. Skyler 3912, chase Papa taxiway for the sequence, and I'll call you right back.
SkyWest 3680 on the 260 heading. Contact departure. Good day.
Roger, Sky 3680. Good up.
1701, let me know if you don't have room. The 71 doesn't have room.
All right, here's the arrival from New Orleans, Delta 2695, and I do see down there at the end that
3130 to taxi.
next in line for departure is going to be American 2379 to Dallas.
Okay, give way to the 73 right to left on Bravo, and then Delta Alpha to 30 left for Delta 29.
Skywest 3912, behind this airbus at your total fog, taxi runway 30 via Papa. Delta 2485, you can fly the CRJ down Sierra, leading gate Bravo 6.
2695 on runway 4 for Foxtrot 3.
2695 straight ahead, taxi via runway 4, Charlie 6.
Runway 4, Charlie 6 to Foxtrot 3.
All right, now I think it's American Airlines' turn to get airborne off the south parallel runway.
Also, Team 01, yeah, we have 2 planes in LA.
1028. Heavy into Gulf 20. No, that's we usually
This is
don't know.
American Airlines
No,
2379 getting airborne for Dallas, Fort Worth, headed to the Metroplex tonight.
Okay.
turn left heading 260.
And before we get another departure, Alex, we've got another arrival coming in from Mexico City.
Yep, Delta 605.
Yep, they're about to touch down at A319, former Northwest Red Tail.
So I can make the left turn on the runway and proceed on down to at least Alpha 3, all up more.
And Delta 605 for the touchdown.
Delta 1683, the heavies taxiing
Had
on
to
the
squeeze
runway.
my football
Behind them,
reference in
runway
here at some
30
point.
left, line up and late.
Alright, so 1028 is on the move. They're pulling onto the runway, so they will be next for departure.
Niner.
Delta point 92, 605.
Oh, our 767 is about to go, everybody.
Delta 2931.
So 605 is going to vacate the south parallel, making way for Delta 1028 Heavy to Atlanta.
Okay, join Bravo and Alpha 5 all the way to the end for Delta 2931. Ground Delta 605 on Delta for Golf 1.
Delta 605 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha.
Alpha.
And who else called ready for taxi?
That's United 1237 with bumper.
United 1237 on 30 left, taxi via Quebec Charlie, hold short.
They've aborted, Alex.
Alright, quick to
what?
left, Quebec Charlie holding short of Bravo, United 1237.
Oh, okay.
Delta 2128. Push is approved, 10 runway 30 left, give way to the Airbus pulling into Gulf 1. Shouldn't be a factor.
Number Delta 2122.
For Delta 2122, affirmative. There's an Airbus pulling into Gulf 1, reference time, push is approved.
Reference Airbus, push approved on 2122. 35 runway heading, range 30 left, clear for takeoff. Runway heading over.
Not sure what that was about, but wow, okay.
Charlie,
It was kind of hard to
5.
tell if they aborted or not. I'm not sure, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah,
I don't want to call that out unless if we know that it wasn't aborted.
Yeah, and with the way they're taxing, I don't like what I see. Because they're not.
I don't know. Are they going to head back to the gate? What is going on?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering.
Left one Delta holding short of Bravo. United 1237.
Boy, I'll tell you what, 7 o'clock rolls around and just...
So 931, you can stay on Bravo to
So
the
as I was
end,
saying,
but
7
you'll
o'clock
still be
hits
behind
and...
the 7-5.
Okay, Bravo to the end, we'll stay behind.
Well, I know we have a viewer that's on board that departure.
And number 4884 Minneapolis ground.
That's right.
Via Papa, you just hold on Papa behind the Airbus. It'll be just a minute. I've got a little bit of a clog downfield.
Pick up. Well, the 2297 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line of away.
Yeah, I was tracking them as they were starting to show signs of rolling down the runway on flight radar, and then I was waiting to see them, and it wasn't happening as I would have expected to. And then when I finally did see them, they weren't moving like you would have expected them to be.
1237, continue via Delta Alpha.
Delta Alpha, United 1237.
Delta 1701 when you're able. The company Airbus is leaving the gate off your right, and then you can turn in as you're able.
Okay, no problem, guys. Able Delta 1701.
Delta 1603, any idea about how much longer you'll need, or are they just trying to get crew in place?
Yeah, Delta 1603. It looks like we're maybe a minute or two away. Copy all. Delta 2035, turn left heading 260, contact departure. Good night.
Not sure what's going on. Are they going to get a reroute here to the north side, or what's going on here?
That's kind of what I'm wondering, because they are not showing
They're
any...
making a right-hand turn here. The utility
okay.
building is blocking the view of our aircraft. But yeah, there they are.
Left line of away, Delta 2931.
And it looks like they've stopped, at least momentarily.
So about 10 minutes to burn. You could just do the slow taxi.
All right, we're slowing down. United 1237.
So our 767 becomes the focus. I think they need to head back to the gate for something. Something happened right as they lined up and waited.
Let's go Quebec 22 and then Alpha. Alright, Quebec, runway 22, Alpha. 260, contact departure. 260, 260, contact departure, 697.
Delta 2931, flight level heading.
Steve Lundaby says the big brown brick strikes again, pretty much. This building right here is what Steve Lundaby and probably many others are referring to as the big brown brick. I think this house is electrical equipment for all the runway and taxiway lights.
Okay, now they're moving
Possibly.
again.
Okay. There they go. What is... I don't know. Are they going to the north side?
All right, now they're turning their nose to the right.
Join Bravo at Alpha 3. Alpha 3 Bravo short of Alpha 1.
Is there a gate over there that they could be going into?
Possibly. Possibly. They might have already called company. Well, I'll tell you what. How crazy is this?
United 1237 tower. Delta 2931, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Neil, that's what I was thinking. I did not think that they aborted either, because they didn't look to be moving fast enough for it aborted at all. As they said, Delta 1028 did not abort. Reached a maximum speed of 28 knots on the runway before turning off. I think they were just trying to hustle to get off the runway. I think that that's what it was. After moving down a short bit.
Well, I know I said what I did because I was assuming, based on when I was tracking their movement on Flight Radar, that they were moving in the direction of, you know, starting to build up their speed for takeoff. And then all of a sudden, you know, I'm standing here watching them, and I'm waiting for them to show up behind the, you know, the brick building that's down there at that end. I'm waiting for them to pop out. When they finally did, they weren't moving that fast. So Flight Radar was tracking them a little bit ahead of where they actually were. So.
Well, the other thing to take in mind, too, or to keep in mind, I should say, is that Delta 1484 Heavy that we caught last summer departing to Detroit, an A350, was departing 12 right, and they started their takeoff roll. They didn't go very fast, but they just said, yeah, we're going to have to abort our takeoff. There is something, you know, we heard a noise. We got to pull off onto the side of the runway. So we've seen that situation play out before, and I'm sure that's where your mind was going, RJ, when you saw them start accelerating and then venture off the runway. But I did not see any indication that it was aborted, so not an aborted takeoff, I don't think. Probably would be a good question for our live viewer, Mr. Lutke, who's on board. Sean Lutke is on board. So hopefully Sean will check back in and give us the scoop as to what's going on with our departing 767 that never quite happened yet. I think they might be trying to figure out a gate here, would be my guess. So it'll be interesting to see where they end up here. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul International for live plane spotting and MSP Live. We got the best seat in the house here to catch all the Twin Cities airport action. And really, it's been great to do it on a day like today. Just perfect weather. It's been a little chilly here during the last maybe hour or so.
Yeah, I'm not liking the wind with the fact that the sun is starting to get a little bit lower in the sky to the west of us. Of course, that means that the temperatures are going to start to drop. And we're getting some cool nights again, down into the 40s.
I think that'll be our low temperature for tonight, I think.
Yes, and then our highs here for the remainder of the week, I believe, are only supposed to get maybe into the 50s, maybe 60, and it's supposed to warm back up a little bit over the weekend for a change instead of the warmer temps being during the week.
Shemad07 Tube says it's becoming dusk. Perfect time to smash that like button. Yeah, if you haven't already, please do so. It helps the channel out. I think we have to wait a little bit more for dusk, though. I think golden hour is the term here. But yes, it is becoming golden hour here from MSP, and we have some immaculate spawning vibes during golden hour because the sun is at our back. I mean, the lighting just could not be more perfect here at this location. We have some pretty stellar evening action here from the Twin Cities. Looking great. Also, feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from here on this Tuesday evening. Watching MSP Airport action as it unfolds. We're currently watching our 767 that was supposed to depart to Atlanta minutes ago. They lined up with the runway and then they promptly pulled off. They might have to fix something here. So there is certainly a situation that has developed. We don't know the nature of what it is.
So Alex, since we're out here streaming this evening, or that's what it's becoming, and the NHL playoff games are underway for the evening, including the Wild, just as the heads up, there's no score in the first. It's early with Dallas.
Daniel, so great to see you today. Daniel, one of our awesome mods, saying evening, everyone. Evening, Daniel.
Hey, Daniel, what's up? Hope all is well.
569, do you have whiskey 5?
All right, Lee Harris. Way to go, Lee. Lee's been on with us since we started today. Thanks so much for your viewership today. Lee is tuning in from Bloomington, Minnesota, just west of you by 494 and 35W. Awesome. Matty Urix is having fun listening to the ATC. We're currently nice. Bob, thanks so much for tuning in today. This is watching the best plane spotting on my laptop and the Twins on TV. How cool is that? Plane spotting and the Twins. I'm all for that. I'm a huge sports nut myself, so hope the Twins are doing all right. We got movement on our
Yes, I was just going to say
767.
Delta 2107, sequence find United from your left. United 1237, pull up 2, hold short, main 30 left to be next.
I'm wondering if there is an open gate at Concourse G for them to go to. We'll see where they end up, but looks like there might be a couple of open gates for wide-body aircraft over at Concourse G.
The 2654, turn right at...
There are no more Delta International arrivals that are scheduled with a wide-body aircraft. And the only departure that I can think of that would be making their way out of here. Well, actually, departures, there's a couple to Amsterdam. Delta 162 Heavy and Delta 164. 164 is a nocturnal departure.
The Delta 10 to London later tonight.
Oh, that's right, yep.
And short of Charlie 6.
Thanks, RJ. I completely forgot about him.
Yeah, we're not used to that one.
Showing G20 on your tag here, but
I don't know, maybe they got Fox 13 down at the end there. Yeah, it looks like that was their gate. So I guess there was an extra gate over at F Concourse. Shemad07 YouTube says, love watching from Indiana. All right, we got somebody from the Hoosier State.
1237, turn left heading 260, may 30 left.
EJM 1701 says, I thought the weather was psychotic here in Northeast Georgia. I was at MSP 2 weeks ago on business.
It's been psychotic
the weather was,
here.
Yeah. Our weather here in Minnesota is just psychotic. It is a menace. It's been a menace this spring, too. It's been a lot of wind and clear days, and then we get soaked with rain and cold and more wind. There's a lot of days that have just been windbags.
Well, we've had some couple of days where it's gotten downright almost balmy, warm, sweat, t-shirt, tank top, short weather.
And then we go to the other extreme where we're going to have to bundle up like it's late fall.
Yeah.
2, turn left heading 280, contact departure, good day.
280.
How about the one day towards the end of March? It was 80 degrees here.
2107.
Oh, I remember
On
that.
a Saturday, that's the weekend I went up and skated Spirit Mountain. Oh, G-Man, thanks for the update. Alex Zuccarello just scored.
Matt Zuccarello, how about it? He's been a key contributor, a playmaker for the Wild. Doesn't really show up on the score sheet too much. But, wow, he's a pretty important part of that offense, and great to see that he finally got one.
Yeah, I think, was it the Wild have to win tonight? Are they down, 3-1 in the series?
Series tied 2-2.
Oh, that's right. Okay, tied at 2. Same as the Lightning in Montreal. I wasn't sure. There's so much, there's more series going on right now in the first round, and it gets less as the playoffs go, so I lost track. Yeah, that's right. I forgot they won in overtime when they scored the game winner with less than a minute left on Saturday. I remember posting it in the chat.
Left heading 280 over to departure, Delta 2107.
And that tied the series at 2.
Don Rumsey still going strong, eh? Yes. So there's a lot more live plane spotting here from MSP still to come. And we were supposed to have gotten a departing 767 a few minutes ago, but, well, that's where they're at right now. They went right back to the gate. Not sure what happened. I don't know. There could be a medley of things that are afoot with the situation regarding our 767 having to return to the gate. So we actually do have a live viewer that is on board this flight. So Sean Ludke is on this flight here, and hopefully Sean will be able to check in. Hopefully he can give us an update as to what's happening.
Yeah, we haven't heard from him in a little bit.
North Midwest Buzzsaw says, okay, friends, need to log off, but enjoy your evening. Fabulous stream as always. Well, hey, thanks for tuning in. Great to have you on board today. We'll be back at it tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Still plenty more spotting from today. All right, let's go get the arriving Sun Country 737. MBRR1FB. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, happy Tuesday. Good to see ya. So MB says if the Wild goes 7 games, we will be at the Intercontinental MSP Saturday for Game 7 in the Kentucky Derby. All right. Oh, yeah, that's right. We got the Kentucky Derby here pretty soon. MB also says then we fly NS on Delta to Las Vegas at noon on Sunday for 6 nights in Vegas. Hey, have a fun trip. So, speaking of Saturday, we will actually be out broadcasting this Saturday if the weather holds.
1101, Minneapolis Tower, wind 32015, gust 18, runway 30 left, clear to land.
So as we look ahead here into the 7 o'clock hour, we've got Delta 162 that is slated to depart for Amsterdam at some point.
So, Alex, I think I'm looking over at our 7.6, and I think I see their beacons are on.
Okay. I hope the delay is not too significant, because that would just really, really be a bummer. Ultimate Flying 3383, thanks for tuning in. Hey, happy Tuesday to you. Says tuning in from the same parking lot as you. All right, hey, I think we have another spotter here at the viewing area. The spotters.
We've been spotted.
Yeah, the spotters have been spotted, as we like to say. Love the commentary. Well, you're welcome.
Come over and say hi.
Yeah. Maddie says, sorry there, Alex. Meant to say enjoying the live stream while at work. Yeah, YouTube, for some reason, when you type in live comments, and this has happened to me as well, I've fallen victim to this too. You type in something in the live chat, and YouTube butchers it up because it thinks you're going to try and say this, but no, you mean to say this thing. Oh my gosh, it's the most annoying thing. Oh, that's right. Hey. Micah says Alaska is flying its first Europe nonstop to Rome tonight with the Dreamliner. It's a big moment in U.S. aviation tonight. Marcus, I did know about this. So it's going to really not be pleasant with watching Wolves basketball with Ant-Man Anthony Edwards absent. Anthony Edwards is my favorite player in the NBA right now. And he really is the heart and soul of that Wolves offense. So we'll see how the Timberwolves respond. But Marcus, yeah, it's definitely a bit of news that a lot of Wolves fans did not want to hear. All right, DJF Phantom Fan, hey, thanks so much. Watching from the lot here, too. All right. There you go. Amazing. All right. So we're going to take a look here. I think we're going to figure out what's going on with Delta 162 tonight, if they're on time or not. So we got a flight update on Delta 162.
I just found it too. Not too much.
Delta 162 to Amsterdam, running about 10 minutes behind schedule tonight. I think it's still a little bit earlier than it was on Saturday. Boy, they had to wait for quite the departure queue to clear out before they could get the spacing required so they could depart the south parallel.
And I just noticed our 7.6 over there is no longer appearing on flight radar, so obviously they've turned their transponder off.
Our temperature's continuing to steadily drop here. We're not 54 degrees Fahrenheit.
That plus the wind.
Yeah, it makes it feel like it's in the 40s. I'm getting a little chilly out here. I'm not going to lie. So here is Delta Airlines from Tucson, Arizona.
1101, turn right, runway 4, taxi via Alpha to the gate, monitor ground point 9er.
Runway 4, Alpha to the gate, monitor point 9, Delta 1101, Golf 22 to the gate. Thanks, have a good night.
Roger.
Look at how small the titles are on this A320. It would be the Delta lettering on the side of the fuselage. Now, Delta has messed with the size of the...
Wish it was
with the titles on the side of the aircraft. Yeah, I think they've made them a little bit bigger. Yep. So upon looking at our flight radar map here, it might be a few minutes away, but there are certainly some flights that are inbound to MSP at this time. We're currently waiting for Delta 162 to depart at around 8 p.m. And our 767 that was supposed to have departed to Atlanta stuck at the gates. So I think they lined up with the south parallel runway not once but twice. And on the second time that they had lined up, they had to go back to the gate for some reason. So we have a moment here. I want to take the time to let you know that we'll be going to Los Angeles next week. In fact, it's going to turn over to the month of May here at the end of the week. Crazy to think about. MSP Airport Live is going on the road to Los Angeles. We will be at LAX, enjoying all of the wonderful Southern California plane spotting vibes from May 6th to the 8th next week. So we'll be doing live shows 3 days in a row from the 6th to the 8th. So we hope to see you there. Big thank you to our friends LA Flights Live, Peter and Josh, for hosting us at LA. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to have a lot of planes as well, especially with the big heavies, A380s, the 747s. So we're going to be in spotter paradise. It's going to be a lot of fun. So it's going to be the first time that we've taken the channel anywhere. And again, this trip is something that would have not happened if not for the wonderful, I mean fantastic MSP Airport Live members. You guys rock. You made that happen. You guys are the reason that we're going to Los Angeles. And we are going to do our best to make sure that we catch all of the LAX action as it comes to us. Soda style.
Minneapolis Star wind 32011, runway 30 right, clear to land.
MN Flyer, so great to see you today. This is hello from all the way down in Rochester, Minnesota. Hey, thanks for tuning in tonight. Rochester is a great area. Oh, Trevor the Aviator giving us another update as to the Stars and Wild game. It's all tied up at 1 now. Darn it. Really rooting for the Wild to pull this one off tonight. So DGF Phantom Fan says, also, I somehow missed that I got it, but thank you to the person who gave me the membership. So check out all those member emojis. You can use those as well. And we're going to go ahead and call it out here. So I think Kiwi Does Stuff is the person you want to thank. Or Shad as well. So again, thanks so much, Kiwi Does Stuff, for sending 10 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. That is amazing. And then, of course, we had Shad send us 5 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. So thank you to both of you guys for letting others experience MSP Airport Live membership. Having fun with the emojis as well. David Hoyland, thanks so much for tuning in today. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. Hey guys, love the streams. Well, hey, you're welcome. So great to have you on board as always. Glad you enjoy watching. Anyway, are Air France and Discover the only 2 airlines yet to resume flights to Minneapolis? The answer to that would be yes. And that's not going to happen until next week. So here's what's going to happen. Air France, they are going to start flying on May 4th. We would normally be out here to catch their arrival and departure, if they're on time, for their first flight of 2026. However, because we are going to Los Angeles the next day, and I need to have everything packed and ready the night before, there will not be a broadcast on Monday, May 4th. Because we have to be ready to get everything ready to go to right here to MSP, so Logan and I can depart MSP on Tuesday night on Delta 2122. But we'll catch them when they come back. And we'll see plenty of Air France in LA. We will get Air France in LA. And Discover, they were supposed to have started already on April 13th, I think, on a Monday. That did not happen. So they actually pushed the start of the seasonal service back to May 8th. And we'll be broadcasting in LA at that time. So when we return, we will... Hold on. Oh. Are those cranes? Would you look at that? I think those are cranes. I got some waterfowl.
Well, we're not getting any arrivals or departures right now, so they're filling in.
Okay, now it's our turn to use the runway. Wow, look at that. You don't really see them out here. I mean, you see the bald eagles, the red-tailed hawks, and the... Can't forget the snowy owls.
Yeah, don't embarrass Olaf.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's right. Olaf is here, too.
Yep.
Just monitor ground on point 9er.
Look at that.
Oh, that's cool. Well, you know, we are very close to the Minnesota and Mississippi rivers here.
Yes, yes, we are.
So you never know what we're going to see.
Avgeek Micah thinks that they might be
trumpeter
swans, too. I think... I'm not very versed on bird spotting or anything of that nature, but that's so cool, though. G-Man says 5 A380s a day. I think so. So there is the 767 that is delayed in getting out. Okay, so you guys are saying trumpeter swans. Trumpeter swans for sure, but either way, that's cool. Okay, so Dream Spinner says cranes would have had much longer legs trailing out from behind them.
Well, Alex, it has happened as it relates to me being a skier, especially the resorts out in Colorado. When they're open during the season, that they get wildlife come out of the woods and out of the trees and go running across the runs while people are skiing, like moose.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Trevor says, hopefully in LA when we're there, 100-year Lufthansa Centennial livery comes in as well. I'm hoping that we get to see the Lufthansa Centennial 747-8 Intercontinental. That'd be so amazing, guys, if we were able to get the 100-year Lufthansa special livery. That'd be the cherry on top at LA.
Flight 10 radar, or I'm sorry, altitude checks, no radar picture traffic in the area. Yep.
Oh, Maddie letting us know that there's a pair of trumpeter swans that hang out over at the Springbrook Nature Center. Nice. Well, that was really cool to see them kind of fly across the field. Well, they saw the break in the action, and they're like, okay, let's make a run for it. So we have a moment here. I want to talk about how the traffic has been flowing at MSP Airport today. So we're in what's called a north flow. So there are no mixed operations, no departures on the west side of the field. All of the arrivals and departures are stuck on the parallel runways. Runway 30 left and 30 right today, based on the wind intensity and the wind heading, as we'll take a look at here in just a moment. So here we go. This is a look at our operations flowchart today. This is what the traffic looks like visualized. The flag pin is where we're located at the aircraft viewing area. So we've had an amazing front row seat to departures today, in addition to the arriving traffic too. And all of our cargo heavies for UPS and FedEx, they took taxiway Mike, which is just about 300 feet away from us, next to the viewing area. So we've had a pretty fun day with cargo spotting. Also, quite a few 757s as well. So getting back to the traffic flow, all arrivals and departures have remained on the parallel runways.
well, we do have our FedEx feeder approaching from Duluth.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Mountain Air Cargo. How far away are the...
10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Because
that's gonna be awesome.
kind of we've been kind of in a lull here, so I'm thinking, okay, what's out there?
10, Roger, thank you.
I mean,
Now, if we had Air France here, Air France, they get out of here at about 7:40, so they would have departed around this time. Icelandair would have already departed. But we'll take a look at Icelandair tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So we'll have IC tomorrow. And I think also there's some other traffic sprinkled in as well. So I also have a question for our live audience. Did we see the new LAX trailer yet?
get the Kleenex.
Well,
It's a happy. It's a feel good.
Yes, it is. And well, that was the whole point of the of the trailer. Trying to make it feel exciting and happy at the same time. And
Those are happy tears.
Yes. And it was a project that our assistant producer and I were working on. So Logan and I were working on that trailer for about maybe a couple weeks. And you probably saw it, the preview to the stream today. So for those who haven't seen it, we're going to play that for you right now. So we will be back to the live spotting action after a brief look at what is to come a week from today on MSP Airport Live.
Delta 1484, ma'am, Sky, push approved, runway.
Well, I'll tell you what, if that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. So we are also fast approaching the prime part of golden hour here from MSP. Fantastic lighting. So coming up around 8 p.m., this will be towards the end of our show today. Stick around. We got Delta 162 departing to Amsterdam with the A330-900 EJM 1701, thanks so much for the kudos. Yeah, it took a few different revisions through the editing process before I was happy with it. I might tweak it again and re-upload it.
There's been another update for 162.
Okay, do tell.
7:45.
Oh, okay.
So like now,
I guess they're early.
It's like any time, any moment now. So.
Wow. Okay. Nice.
Of course, now that's what Flight Radar says.
Now, I'll take it with a grain of salt, but... Thanks for the kudos, everybody. And also, this trailer could not have been made possible with the mountain of spotting footage from our assistant producer, Logan Justice, who offered the library of scenes that he took back from 2022, about 4 years ago, when he was out in Los Angeles. Boldy scored. Oh, nice.
So 2-1.
2-1 Wild. Dream Spinner, thanks so much for the kudos. Carlos, glad to see that you liked it as well. It's a cool trailer. Yeah.
Right, taxi via.
And then Chris 10, glad you enjoyed it.
Runway 30 right, taxi via Bravo, Charlie Papa, Delta.
And Lynn says, awesome trailer, thank you.
Further forward, you're blocking both taxiways.
So thank you so much, guys, for the kudos with the trailer EJM. Thanks so much. It's a nice job on the edits. It's what my video production education is for. I have to put that to use, I guess, at some point, right? MN Flyer, thanks so much. Yeah, I know it's it was a lot of fun putting that trailer together just because of all the scenes and knowing what exactly we're going to experience next week in Los Angeles.
So, Alex, I just found an update for 1028, estimated departure 8 o'clock.
Okay. Gordon says fantastic trailer. Thanks, Gordon. Glad you enjoyed it. So Jaden asks, I thought Iceland Air was daily, or are they not? Well, this year it's kind of tricky because normally they are, but I think it's maybe in the late spring through the summer that Iceland Air is daily.
Bemidji 57, Minneapolis Tower, wind 31015, gust 21, runway 30 left, clear to land.
What's the land 30 left, 57?
Hey, G-Man, thanks so much for the kudos. So, yeah, trailer next level stuff. The spotting at LAX is going to be next level, too. I'm so excited for that. Dream Spinner 3MN says, loving your awesome work plane spotting and MSP. Well, hey, thanks so much for the $2 super chat as well. So great to have you on board today.
Bully's goal didn't count. There was a challenge.
Oh, boo.
So must have
Come
must have been offsides or goalie interference or something.
Yeah, looks like a few different things. All right, let's go ahead and get our next arrival. All right, we got Southwest coming in.
Yeah, there was an interesting ending to the game the other night between Edmonton and Anaheim. That was a reviewed goal situation because it was an overtime. They play again tonight, and if Anaheim wins, they could be winning the series.
Goalie interference.
Okay. Yep. That can be a fussy area on the ice in the blue paint.
Delta 467, turn left, exit via Delta to the gate, monitor ground, point 9er.
And in overtime,
Delta, to the gate, monitor ground, southwest.
it's a booth review. It's not, cannot be challenged. All goals are reviewed. Which in the case of overtime, it's the game-winning goal.
Number 2614, give away to a CRJ downfield. They're going to join Palm in front of you after 30, right? All right, we'll give away to the CRJ downfield.
All right, we got a new membership on board here. MN Flyer, welcome to Economy. Thanks so much for becoming an MSP Live member. All right.
Hadn't pushed the button in a while.
I like the most basic membership because it gives you the emojis and it gets you the member status. The memberships go directly into keeping the lights on, making improvements to the various different things that we do during production, adding fun elements. And also, I think as we look forward to the summer months, we're not going to be traveling a whole lot during the summer months just because we want to catch the action here at MSP as much as we can. Probably towards the end of the year we might do another trip. But
heads up, Alex. 162's transponder has been turned on.
All right, here comes Bemidji Aviation. It's another Metroliner.
Well, the last one that came in here a few minutes ago, they did a full send here on the runway. They went all the way down to the end, past us, and pulled off. Maybe they
G-Man says, thanks for the stream, Alex and RJ. Got to go. Well, hey, thanks for tuning in.
Wind 320 at 17, gust 21.
Will we see you on the stream tomorrow? We'll be live tomorrow. Thanks so much for tuning in. If not, that's all right.
Mike Tango on the ramp. Have a good night.
Mike Tango,
All right, so after we catch Bemidji going on taxiway, Mike, we're going to do a couple of membership shout-outs here. Also want to welcome Airline Time Machine to Premium. Thanks so much for becoming a Premium member. That's Tim Haskin, by the way. Big shout out to our friend Tim.
Hey,
there we
Tim.
go.
NWA History Center.
Well, Airline Time Machine, they make a lot of fun airline memorabilia for parties like Swizzle Sticks and a bunch of fun stuff. Oh, and of course the wooden engraved aircraft tags. You cannot forget that. Those are so cool. I have a couple of them at home. Yeah, Tim does a great job with making those. So airlinetimemachine.com. I'm going to do a little plug for Airline Time Machine because I think it's certainly worth mentioning. Now, there's also going to be a pretty big event for MSP Live when we get back from LA. I'm not... Okay, beans are not going to be spilled. Nope, I'm not going to divulge that, but there's something in the works.
Me neither.
Okay.
So big thanks to Evan Flyer. Welcome to Economy, as well as Airline Time Machine. Welcome to Premium. Thanks so much, guys, for supporting the channel. Much appreciated. And Airline Time Machine says, hey, crew, having a ball watching your artful production. Tim. Great to see you today, Tim. Edmund Man 131313 says, always great coverage by you guys. Well, hey, thanks so much. We try our best out here at MSP whenever we're out here because it means a lot to you guys. Noah says, I'm landing soon in like 10 minutes. Coming in from JFK in first class. Yeah, we'll be on the air. Yeah, if you're arriving from New York in about 10 minutes, yeah, we'll get you. Now, it'll be harder to do so if it's a north side arrival, but we'll do our best. Delta 162 has pushed for Amsterdam. So I think the 8 p.m. wheels up departure time was more accurate.
2046 Afghan, push approved. The 2271 taxi via Charlie 5 to the gate, mark ground point 9.
Charlie 5.9, 2271. You have a good night.
All right, so we're going to go take a look at Delta 162 Heavy. Pushing back for Amsterdam, everybody. All right, so I see the flights. Delta 2245 coming in about 10 minutes. So, Noah, I have found your flight on Flight Radar. Yes, depending on what runway is assigned, we will try and do our best to get you coming in. So, welcome to Minnesota, by the way. It's a little chilly outside, I will say that. So, probably a hoodie or long sleeve shirt is probably the way to go right now. Also a bit breezy. About 14 knots sustained. It hasn't been all that bad. I mean, the wind has actually been quite tolerable. Certainly, I was expecting a lot worse, but it just hasn't panned out that way. Jaden, it will not be at the viewing area this time. But there is there is a spotting, an MSP live event that is being planned after our trip to LA.
It's a secret.
So those beans I will spill. Okay. So I'm going to spill that. Okay. Cat's out of the bag with that event. Details are to follow, just because the LAX trip is the item on the front burner. Once the LAX trip is completed, that will be the next big undertaking for the channel.
Oh, ground, Delta 162 Heavy, ready to taxi. We got Romeo.
Delta 162 Heavy, runway 30 left, taxi.
Delta Alpha 30 left.
So
Delta
just as a heads
162 Heavy.
up, Alex, our FedEx feeder is making their turn for their final approach.
I think they're going to the north side, or maybe they'll go to the south end.
Well, with the way they're still turning, I'm not yet sure. I'm waiting for them to get straightened out here.
Well, Delta 162 has started making its move for 30 left, so they are now taxiing to the departure runway. All right, we'll get our next arrival here on 30 left.
And you know what, Alex? With the way this is kind of looking, our FedEx feeder might be coming in on the south side parallel.
Well, that'll make a lot of sense, too, because the FedEx cargo terminal is actually just behind us.
Sun Country 8250 Alpha Whiskey 5.
Boy, 8250 must have been pretty light.
Whiskey, what's gate number, or are you going to
Holy cow.
Whiskey, yeah, we're going to Hotel 5.
I think that's about the shortest landing roll I've seen from a Sun Country 737. Wow.
Whiskey Delta ground point 9, 8250. Evening tower about 3553, there's all 30 left.
Hey, Robbie Bautista, so great to see you today. Hey, happy Tuesday.
Runway 30 left, clear to land, you can roll the mic.
Kind of caught us at the tail end of our show today, but it's been a great day for spotting here across the North Star State. We are about to indulge in the departure from Delta 162 Heavy that will be motoring off for Amsterdam in just a short bit with the A330neo.
Yep, Alex, our feeder's coming in on the south parallel there, number 2 for
I
arrival.
see where they're at. Yep.
Evening, push approved 30 left.
So our next arrival is Bemidji Aviation.
Nice. The feeder is here.
And then our FedEx feeder will be behind them. Now I'm having trouble trying to talk. Stumbling a little bit because the temperatures are dropping on us.
Yeah, 52 degrees Fahrenheit. I think the info bar at the bottom of the screen just updated with colder temperature as you said that. Perfect timing. You had some pretty good timing today, RJ, on a lot of the different things you're pointing out, so well done.
Hey, ground, just there's a rabbit on Delta.
And Robbie Batista,
Hold on.
hello back.
Delta holding short of the runway. Perfect, thanks.
Is there a rabbit on the taxiway? What?
Wait for that Metro liner to land.
Well,
So this is Bemidji, so this is not her feeder. Kind of looked like it a little bit.
well, there are rabbits out here.
So that's 2846, runway 30 right, taxi via Bravo.
I heard rabbit and I thought, what?
I've seen them out here today.
Runway 30 right, taxi via Bravo, short of the tunnel.
Bravo.
Sounds like Bugs Bunny's out there causing problems.
Mike Tango, but make 47.
Well, you know, it is that time.
Continue runway 30 right via Bravo, Delta, and Papa.
we're going to get one more arrival, and then we'll get Delta 162 departing to AMS.
Heavy Airbus will hold in position. Runway 30
I think that might be our feeder from Mountaineer Cargo right there. It kind of looks like it. Yep, it's our Mountaineer Cargo ATR 42.
4-5, start slowing now for that heavy, please.
At the tunnel join Alpha, I'm going to push one off G2 head. Tunnel join Alpha.
Noah, thanks for the heads up. Yep, I can see you on flight radar landing in about 2 minutes.
Get company going around the tunnel, just use
From
cross
JFK.
push approved runway 30 right.
All right. All right, so now arriving on the south parallel, it's our ATR 42 FedEx feeder from Duluth, Minnesota for Mountaineer Cargo. All right, Delta 162 Heavy instructed to line up and wait. So I think they will be out of here to Amsterdam following the arrival from our ATR. I like that we get some daylight later in the evening, especially in the late evening right now, just past 8 p.m. So we can catch this guy, the feeder, ATR.
Left as soon as we are able, on the whiskey, Mountain 7553.
45, we're on Gulf 10 with push. 18, whoever you are, you check it. Already. 30 left, first take off, Delta 162.
Delta 2846, monitor ground, 0.8 the rest of the way, sir.
Now point 8, see Delta 2846. Minneapolis ground, 53, just rolled off with 30 left at whiskey 7.
17553 maps contact via whiskey, Delta Tango cross for my 4. 17553 maps count, whiskey, Delta Tango cross for my 4.
Whiskey Delta Tango cross 4, Mountain 7553.
The 1051 maps count, push approved, 30 left.
Third push, 30 left.
All right, everybody, Delta 162 Heavy now departing for AMS.
Push at 1845 maps count, push approved on my 30 left. The 162 Heavy, turn right heading 340, contact departure, good night.
Turn heading 340 and off to departure Delta 162 Heavy. Good day.
The Alpha, you'll join Charlie behind. Looks like an Embraer 175 will be from your right on Charlie.
Kona 30 left, Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, the Embraer. Delta 13.
Oh, nice. Look at the turn.
So, Alex, our viewer that's coming in from JFK is now on short final for the north side.
737 outbound.
All right, I see you, Noah.
Over 5527 Amsterdam, you'll give way to Air Canada, Charlie 6. Studio 721, as you make the turn, you'll see a CRJ off your left wing on Charlie, they'll give way to you.
Awesome, thank you. Give way to Amsterdam.
2418, taxi Romeo.
2418, runway 30 right, taxi via Bravo Delta Papa. Bravo.
we go. Noah is now arriving into MSP.
The 2929, turn left heading 260, contact departure, good night. Alright, left turn 60, departure Delta 2929.
We got Air Canada Express there with the
Delta 1098
Embraer
company off.
headed to the alley.
You might have your gate blocked, so just join Bravo after WestJet short of your gate.
So Noah, welcome to MSP.
we're going
Great to
Bravo
have
after
you
West,
here.
There he is.
755.27, you'll see a 737 head to your left on Bravo, they won't be affected. Ground, WestJet 1845, ready for taxi. WestJet 1845, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha, join Alpha behind, and Embraer 175, it's the...
They pulled off, Alex.
Yeah, it's that.
All right,
Yeah, it's this building right here that blocked it.
There they are. No, wait.
Coming to the right.
It's a CRJ.
Yeah, okay.
It's a A220 is what we're looking for.
Right, so it's probably behind them.
Well, the 2264, Minneapolis Airwind 31014, runway 30 left, clear to land. Runway 30 left, 2264.
All right, so we're waiting for Noah to.
They've made a right turn.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Yeah.
2245, Epsilon, Charlie 6 behind company 73 there into the alley.
And now they've come back to the left, so they should still come within
Monitor tower 126.7
view here.
along the way.
Yep.
26.7 now, we're sitting 45. Ground up 1051, check.
So they're going to gate Fox 7.
The Alpha join Alpha behind WestJet. Alpha join behind
So I think Fox 7 at F Concourse is in the alley.
1356, company 73 is going to join Alpha in front of you downfield. That's just an Airbus 320. 1356, company Airbus will join Alpha in front of you. Bradley Airbus will join the 13, so 1356. Company Airbus will join Alpha in front of you downfield. Alright, we see him turn it. So 1356. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, 2076 tower. Okay, 2076, wind 31013. Start slowing now. Traffic may hold position. Runway 30 left, you're good line. 30 left, we're 5022, turn right at Alpha 7, join Alpha, contact ground point 9er. Right Alpha 7, join Alpha.
Well, Noah, we got you when you were making your turn into the alley to make your way into your gate. And you're so welcome.
5022, what's your gate? Yep. 5022, taxi via Bravo, Delta Papa. Via Bravo, Delta Papa, 5022.
Yeah, Jaden, we're not sure what's going on with our 767 departure back to Atlanta. I had found that they had updated their arrival time to 8 p.m. and it's past that now at this point. So we're not sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that we're going to be able to catch him departing on the show because, again, there are a variety of things that happen that will remain a mystery until somebody says something.
And we're just spectators.
That is an excellent way to put it. I mean, we're just we're describing what we see.
Push approved, so you're right.
Ground Delta 2264 with you for the 819.
Over 2264 maps ground, I'm going to assume Gulf 19 taxi the Alpha.
The Gulf 19, sorry about that. Taxi Alpha Delta 2264.
All right, everybody, I think it's time for our runway recap tonight. So what is our runway recap? Well, this is the part of the show where we kind of go over the highlights from today, talk about what we liked from today's spotting episodes. It's kind of like a highlights package at the end of a sports broadcast, and it's always a lot of fun doing it. So let's get into it, RJ. Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right, everybody, here is our runway recap for this Tuesday out at MSP Airport. Quite a few highlights today. It was pretty busy today from the Twin Cities Aviation Mecca. We started with Delta 259 coming in from Dublin is the first of our highlights. 30 ops today, straight up north flow, so all arriving and departing traffic on the parallels. Then Delta 160 Heavy with the A350-900. Added to the Heavies at around the 4 o'clock hour that would get airborne for overseas. Pretty nice climb out of departure, too. It was also quite windy as well at this time, about 8 knots sustained with gusts right around 20. Then Delta 152 got airborne to Paris. And this A330 at X Northwest Red Tail, A330-300. And they had a little growl on the departure end, RJ.
Growl. Well, she's a former Red Tail.
Then, of course, we had our cargo heavies come in, 55-56 from Chicago Rockford, bringing the A300 onto the south parallel. We would also get a Mike taxi. Be the first of 3 cargo heavy taxis on Mike. And then later, Delta 165 would join the party. So 165, this is our 3rd and final Amsterdam arrival of the day for Delta. It's a daily flight during the spring and summer months. And then we got an equipment upgrade. How about this? Coming in from Atlanta, Georgia, we got a 767-300ER. That same aircraft is over at Concourse F right now. They're supposed to depart later in the day, but they ran into some hiccups trying to get out of MSP, and the aircraft is currently here awaiting its next assignment. Then 2568 Heavy was a 767 today, and you betcha they went on Taxiway Mike. And a nice slow stroll on Taxiway Mike 300 feet away. Added to the fun. And boy, that 5 to 6 o'clock hour got pretty busy, RJ.
That time of the day.
Absolutely. Then it was time for Delta 258 Heavy to rocket off for Dublin. So they were taking the A330 with the GE engines. Boy, the lighting was really great the entire day. And it was also spectacular as Delta 170 Heavy glided in from Seoul, South Korea with the A350. I think they were a little late today, weren't they?
Just a bit.
Not too late. But a nice smooth touchdown nonetheless as 170 made their way in from Seoul Incheon. Then FedEx 798 paid us a visit from the Super Hub in Memphis shortly after the arrival of Delta 170 Heavy. They would also traverse Mike on their way into the terminal. The cargo terminal just behind us at the aircraft fueling area, that is. Boy, the lighting is really spectacular here throughout the entire evening. We also got the Delta thank you livery, too. Delta's A321 with the thank you lettering on the side, getting airborne. 391 Delta November, the registration on this aircraft. Been working quite a few routes in and out of the Twin Cities here over the last few days. Got a nice departure on 30 left. And then, just moments ago, Delta 162 getting airborne for Amsterdam with the 330 Neo. And boy, they departed with a backdrop of some pretty gorgeous twilight skies. So there you go. Let's look at our runway recap for today on MSP Airport Live.
Yeah, and I saw somebody post in the chat in regards to our 767 departure that's been delayed heading back to Atlanta, if it had anything to do with the clog. Well, we would not know that.
Yeah, we would not know. Everybody, so before we say goodbye, I want to let you know that MSP Airport Live is proudly supported by DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast. Check them out online 24/7 at dgpilot.com. And we are also proudly supported by the Pilot's Weather Map Functional displays for any home. Even AvGeeks will benefit from this. Know your weather conditions in real time with thoughtful design. Check out their many different maps that use live data at thepilotsweathermap.com. So if you fly at all, so if you're part of a flying club or anything like that, you can take a look at weather at a glance based on what color the airport locations are showing on the live maps. So this actually takes live weather data, color codes it, so you can look at what the airports look like at a glance. It's super cool. More information, check it out, pilotsweathermap.com. These are amazing pieces to have in the home. And also, we are proudly supported by Jet Set Shirts. It's the Jet Set life. Wear it. They have amazing designs. In fact, I'm wearing one right now. Check them out at jetsetshirts.com to get your aviation swag on today.
All right, Alex has got the evidence.
All right, everybody.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to try and get the camera in the right place here.
Oh, that's good.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast booth. Yes, I have my Jet Set Shirts MD-11 shirt on. This is a really comfortable T-shirt, and really all of their designs, all their T-shirts are well made. And I love wearing this T-shirt. In fact, I think I've worn this T-shirt for at least the last few days. Of course, I've washed it.
Yes,
but
of course.
They're really comfortable shirts, and they also have pretty neat and clean designs like this right here, MD-11. I saw when Eric released this shirt, and I said I had to get it. And when I got it in the mail, I tried it on. This shirt fits really nice. It's true to size, and it's not awkwardly fitting. It's really comfortable. Go get one for yourself at jetsetshirts.com.
Or else. Just kidding.
So there you go. I thought I would show you guys my MD-11 shirt. I love I love the Mega Dog. I love the MD-11. Well, unfortunately, I would like to have more time to do spotting today, but sun's going down, the viewing area closes at dusk, and we have to pack it up. Favorite highlight from today, RJ? I think my favorites was probably the... This is a tough one.
I know you always ask me, and I always want to say the same thing.
You know what? I'm just going to default to the A350. I'm going to say the A350 was my favorite today. Although the taxis on Mike, I'm going to kind of group that into one highlight. That was also fun too.
Well, yeah, it's always close to. It's always fun to see them go by us, and it's so close to where we are. And it would be so fun to get to meet some of our viewers to come check us out and say hi in person and see what this experience is like if they're, able to get here and they can see it for themselves. But of course, me, it's always the 330s. They've become my favorite because a lot of them used to be wearing red tails.
Well, especially the Pratt & Whitney powered A330 300s. Like 152 to Paris sported today.
Oh, yeah. It's just a no-brainer. It's become a no-brainer for me just because of that red tail connection. So, and one of these days, I'm going to dig out that picture of my dad and my uncle. As I've said, you know what they were talking about because whenever they were together and they weren't out flying somewhere, it's just, it's just them. It was in their blood. They were born to be pilots.
All right, well, that'll just about do it for our live plane spotting broadcast from MSP Airport today. Thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. For our outstanding team of mods, for RJ Bean and Alex Redding saying good night and happy spotting from MSP Airport. We will see you tomorrow, right back here at the aircraft viewing area from MSP. Until then, take care, everybody, and have a great night.
See ya, and go wild.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.